Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and it's time for the end of the year watch list slash wish list cleanup. So what's going on is I have a really big wish list on Steam because every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday I look at almost every single game that comes out on Steam, and if it's of at least a certain level of quality, I put it on the wish list to see if some people will play it, give it some reviews, and if I can get some more information to determine whether it would be good enough to play and cover on my YouTube channel. Now, what I'm doing while I'm streaming is I'm also playing Hearthstone and talking about video game news, so it's about 3 things overlapping in an effort to be efficient, I suppose. This is the first year that I've decided to do some cleanup, so the wish list is very long, and we're on to the C's. Each one of these is really long. I potentially may have skipped a couple of games too, because I have a plugin that opens multiple links. Unfortunately, Steam has caught on to that, and they don't like that I'm opening multiple links. They think I'm opening too many, potentially doing a denial of a service attack. So they're saying they're not letting me access the web pages as fast as I want. I've got a new system for the D's where I'll slow it down and take about 30 seconds to load each page. That way all the little pictures and videos and everything are loaded. This time I actually went through every page and just slowly made sure everything was loaded up. So it should be less of a problem. This is a iterative process, definitely with each letter. I think about what worked and what didn't work in the recording. So there's your quick preview of all the games we're going to cover, but we're going to cover them in a lot more detail. There's a lot of factors certainly to consider, and what will happen is if I find a game that I don't like or that shouldn't be on the wish list, I'll put it in a notepad file that's to the right on my second screen. I have 2 notepad files, one labeled remove, one labeled top. If I find something that is particularly interesting and I want at the top of my wish list, and I just know I really want to play this game and I really want to cover this game for my YouTube channel, then I'll put that in the top. So the first game we have is California. What we're looking for is a positive or very positive or mostly positive or overwhelmingly positive classification. This one is 71% positive of 108 user reviews over its lifetime. There is a threshold of about 25 user reviews. I feel like if it's positive and it has less than 25, that's too easy to be manipulated. Too easy to have a bunch of fake reviews that just say your game is good. However, if it's slightly below 25 and it's a game that came out in 2016 or 2015 or earlier, well, that's probably the end of the life of that game. It's unlikely that people would find it and play it and review it, so at that point I have to make a decision whether or not I want to play a game or not. I have a multitude of Steam plugins installed in Chrome. This is There Any Deal, which I could click here and get historical information about the price. We won't really be using that too much. It has a plugin that tells you different prices for different regions, which I don't think I'd ever really use as a plugin. I just basically have every Steam plugin that you can find. There will be little bits that might be helpful if we've seen, for instance, the SteamCharts.com plugin tells you that this game has an all-time peak of 55 players, but today's peak was 0. Not a big deal because this is a single player game. I'll occasionally want to make sure a game is single player. Generally, I want games to have full audio in English, depending on the game. There's a How Long to Beat plugin that will tell me how long the game is. So if I found this game is $10 and it finishes in 3 hours, that's a little too expensive. that's not something that would make me want to remove it from the wish list. It just means when I actually have to put my money where my mouth is, I'd look at it again and go, well, this needs to be closer to $3 or $4 before I'd be willing to pay it, purchase it. There's a Metacritic review, which I don't use a ton of that information, but it might be slightly informative. And if we get really desperate for information, we'll actually come down and look at reviews. For me personally, I ignore all positive reviews and all really short reviews, because that's just not a source of information that I can consider valid. So what I'm looking for is negative reviews that have somewhat easy to skim reviews. Like, you don't want to run into extremely long reviews, which some of these reviews certainly can go into paragraphs upon paragraphs of reviews and consider and just be way too long. As for this game, I'm just using it as an example. It's staying in the wish list. The other thing, if I really don't have anything else I could work by, I could click on the developers page or the publishers pages. In this case, they have several developers and publishers pages, and see what other games they have to see if that game, if a game has some credibility, because maybe there's some clout that this developer has made something else. Next game we have on the list is Caligo. For the most part, I think 90% of all the games on the wishlist will stay. Maybe I'll have to increase my standards over the years. Maybe next year I'll say, well, let's really start to consider this a little bit more, because this wishlist is really big. But right now I'm being mostly generous. This is, again, a mostly positive game, and you can see the reviews and the label system on Steam is a little weird, because 76% positive is mostly positive sometimes, but if you don't have enough verified purchase reviews, which is what these numbers are, it might just say positive for 75% of like 100 verified purchase reviews, whereas the reviews at the bottom of the screen here include unverified and verified. What I mean by verified is this number is the people who purchased the game directly through Steam and then get a key from some other storefront, or were given a key perhaps from the publisher. Steam store could use some better smoothing and explaining things and how things are rated. This looks like a mostly horrific walking simulator game, something I would play in October during Halloween month, and so yeah, I could see it staying on the wish list, although again, probably not going to make it to a high priority. Here's Call of Cthulhu Prisoner of Ice. This is mostly positive at 25 reviews, 28 user reviews, so it's right on the cusp of something I would want to keep. The thing that makes me want to keep it, though, is it's an Infogrames game, and Infogrames is kind of notorious for making old point-and-click adventure games, and I'm a sucker for old point-and-click adventure games. Maybe not at $6 for a game that very possibly, even in your first playthrough, might be just a few hours long. Cthulhu games in general, we'll probably see a couple of them, are in a weird position because video game developers seem to be slightly obsessed with Cthulhu. I'm not sure video game players really are. You can see there's another Call of Cthulhu game from Infogrames, so I probably need to make sure both of those are on the wish list. Some of these Alone in the Darks, I believe these might be reboots of the Alone in the Dark series, which, or maybe not. Yeah, there's some more Infogram games that they have relevancy because of the company that they were, and so finding a hidden gem from a company that they made some recognizable games. Makes a lot more sense than playing, say, a brand new 2018 game that looks like this, which people do make games that look a lot worse than this even, and try to catch people's attention, but it's like the first game that company has ever made, and it's not up to modern standards, so it has to be considered in a different way. So here's Call of Cthulhu Shadow Comment. I had already said I was going to keep that. Not rated quite as well, but not really a big issue either. I know what I'm getting into if I was to play some of these games. Whereas here we have a 2006 Call of Cthulhu Dark Corners of the Earth, which I'm pretty sure has nothing to do with the connection, the previous two games, and it's over its lifetime 69% positively reviewed, pretty much the same in the last 30 days. It's an old school first-person shooter. The only reason it might have relevance though is because it's a Bethesda Softworks published game. So I suspect what is going on here is this game is not that great. This probably maybe doesn't run. We're seeing some complaints here of it just not running on Windows 10, locking up, and that might be an issue. That is certainly a problem too. As Steam has started to stop supporting some of the older operating systems, they really need to take the next step and say, look, this game that was made for Windows XP and Windows 2000, which I don't believe Steam supports Windows XP or 2000 anymore, this game needs to at the very least have a big flashing red warning sign to say, look, this game probably won't run on modern computers. If not going even as far as segregating or completely removing games like this. If Steam ever got into the business of cleaning up their development, their website and store, that's really a route they could go on pretty easily, is just to say a bunch of these old games need to be somewhere else. The developer of this Cthulhu game apparently made nothing else that ever made it to Steam, but Bethesda owns it now. I wouldn't be surprised if what happened is Bethesda or their parent company ZeniMax just purchased Headfirst Productions and integrated or laid off all the employees a long time ago. I guess that one still has some relevancy though because of Bethesda. If that wasn't a Bethesda published game, that would have definitely left the wish list. Next we have Call of Juarez Gunslinger. There's several Call of Juarez games. They are a bullet time first person shooter game. I think they're moderately good. It's kind of weird though because I'm pretty sure there is a Call of Juarez game that we'll see that is slightly different, but I guess it just plays slightly different. Both seem to be pretty well reviewed at very positive. This is a game that supports single player, right? Interesting, it doesn't even have... Yeah, it does have single player on the tag. This is just like a really old game, so it's missing some of the sidebar information it should have. That's another thing. If Steam just made some of these people go back and update their web pages, and they could probably find several developers who don't even care enough to pay somebody to spend an hour to update their web page and say, hey, if it's not worth an hour of an employee's time to update the page to our modern standards, we're gonna just delist it. Call of Juarez, I imagine, is the first game in what is a sort of trilogy, although you can see this bundle actually is missing one of those games. 2007 Techland, I believe Techland eventually goes on to make Dying Light, the zombie game. Yeah, or Dying Light Bad Blood is the most recent game that they've made. They made Dead Island before Dying Light. So there's some relevancy there because there's a modern, well-known game that's still being made by the same developer. If I want to go back and point out, hey, this is what this developer did in the old days. Next we have Callie's Caves 3. I believe we also have a Callie's Caves 2. Well, there's a Callie's Trials. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe this was a Flash game or something in the first and second version. There are quite a few games on Steam where the first version of the game was some itch.io or just a Flash game on something. Is Newgrounds the website I'm thinking of? Where you'd put up Flash games. It's a female protagonist action adventure platformer shooter game. It doesn't look terribly interesting or terribly bad. There's quite a lot of these, but this one is rated pretty positively too, so once I get a little bit more disingenuous, I suppose would be the phrase, or critical of games, I could see myself removing this from the wishlist. It features 310 levels across 10 zones, which seems like quite a lot. Let's see what else the developer has. I'm slightly trying to convince myself that this game wouldn't make sense, but seems like what they've done is they've taken the female protagonist Callie, which I half suspect is probably one of the developer's daughters, and put her in different games. And the most recent one is Skater Callie, which is a skating game. Let's see, Callie Caves 4 exists. Callie Trials is a roguelike action platformer, unlike Callie Caves, which seems like it would be the same one. Yeah, there is no 2 or 1 though listed, oddly enough. So there's just a whole series of these Callie games that I imagine aren't super long, so that might be an interesting reason to go that route too. Callie's Caves 4 came out January 9th, 2018. This game will get another year. If there are only really 19 positive reviews, or 89% positive of 19 user reviews in a year, well then that tells me that the game probably doesn't have any relevancy, and then I could retroactively say, well, if I really don't have a reason to play Callie Cave 4, I probably don't have a reason to play Callie's Caves 3, and then the House of Cards will just fall down because of that. Although, oddly, it does seem like Callie's Trials and Callie's Skater Callie, I guess, would be under S, but Callie's Trials should have been a game that is on the wish list. This is a 2016 game, and it's mostly positive. I really probably need a third notepad on my second screen for just adding. That would be more efficient than what I'm doing right now, which is basically just going through every single possible web page that I'm leaving open. Alright, moving on. This is probably going to be the first game we remove. You can see it's a 2017 game. It is mixed reviews, 64% positive. It's a point-and-click adventure game. I am a sucker for point-and-click adventure games, but they often treat you badly. Even if you're doing, even the good ones often treat you badly. Even the remasters and remakes often treat you badly. So, yeah. Let's see. Voice acting is bad. A lot of mixed reviews and just complaints about quality. Let's see if this developer has made anything else either. It's not super surprising that if they released a game on June 12th, 2017, that they wouldn't have released anything since. It's generally about 4 years in between the point where I would think a company has just given up on developing games. So if I looked at this company, say, in 2021, and a game still hadn't come out, or 2022 and the game still hadn't come out, it's at that point I'd say, okay, this company is not making games anymore. But then also, there's a chance that this developer had made some games before this. Calm Waters also gets a little dangerously close to being what I call a low effort name. It's not super unique. Calm Waters would be fine as the first part if you could put a second better descriptor to it. So if it was like Calm Waters Murder on the Beach, or Calm Waters Murder in Paradise, something like that. But when it's a low effort title like Calm Waters and then another low effort, a point and click adventure, then you've run into it's just not unique enough of or imaginative enough of a name. So that one's leaving the wish list. Oh, Callie's Trials was actually a game on the wish list, apparently. Some of these pages must just be slightly out of order. So really no reason to need to reconsider the Callie series until we give it another year, and then we'll consider it. Next we have a hand-drawn puzzle fantasy game called Candle. It's from Daedalic, or Daedalic Entertainment, I think that's how you pronounce it. It's a German point-and-click adventure company that's made quite a few games that are pretty positive on Steam. This is sort of a point-and-click adventure game, I'm sure, even though it's not really being tagged that way. So there's nothing really to decide against that. Now this does actually, Daedalic does one thing that I usually would say would be a red flag, is it puts all of its games in bundles with a lot of other games. For instance, this bundle's not actually that big, it only has 8 other games, but you'll often see really low effort troll games where it's 99 cents each and you can buy a bundle and you can get 50 of them, and they're usually designed to help you get achievements or something else besides actually having a fun, entertaining experience with a video game. Daedalic goes kind of the other way, and they charge a bit of a premium for their games. They also have this Deponia series, which is quite the mess to try to figure out the right version, because there's several versions to purchase and get the full story. And I had the full story, and then they added another release, and so now I haven't covered the full story, which is kind of weird. Next we have Camp W, which is this, it kind of looks like a Nickelodeon cartoon visual novel, and I like the art style as being a little bit different. I really don't know anything about it. It came out in 2018, so it gets another year. Next year, if it still hasn't been reviewed, I'll take it off. It's not fully voice acted, so there certainly is a desire, if I'm going to keep any visual novels or ever cover any visual novels on my channel, I generally would like it to be fully voice acted. I imagine if this really is supposed to be a kids friendly visual novel, then it probably doesn't have that much text in the first place. But yeah, Camp W stays for at least another year. Next we have Candleman: The Complete Journey, rated very positively. I'm trying my best to go fast through these games, and hopefully we won't lose steam at the end. It's some kind of RPG adventure action game. Its positive rating keeps it on the wish list until until sale happens, until Steam sale happens, and then I consider whether I really want to buy it or not. Very rarely are we going to run into games where I look at it, it's rated very positively, and I say, actually this is still not the type of game I'd like to play. But Cannon Brawl might be one of those exceptions, because I'm trying to see what this is. It seems like it is a little bit more about local multiplayer than single player. It feels like it is a polished version of a very old game that was, I believe it was originally called Gorillas. You'd have this a whole basic game where you'd have a gorilla throw a banana and try to hit the other gorilla, and you had to tell the gorilla the amount of power, the angle, and the angle to fire at. Except for this time it's cannons, which makes a lot more sense. And eventually that concept got added to the Worms series, which I suppose perfected that style of game as much as any other style of game as it could be. And Worms games have pretty consistently been developed and made and overplayed to the point where they're not really fun. So even though this is very positive, I'm thinking I want to remove Cannon Brawl. I will look at the publisher and see if they published anything else. No, this is a 2014 game, and it really just isn't the type of game that would be particularly good for me to try to cover. I'd probably spend only about 30 minutes on it. So yeah, let's remove that. This might be a good game, and if you like this style of gameplay, I'm not dissuading from people from playing it. I'm just saying that for my subjective opinion and style of games that I like to play, this one would not work very well. Moving on, the Capcom Beat 'em Up bundle is brand new, and it's already rated very positively. There are, of course, with any re-release of retro games, going to be some complaints about the emulation, complaints about little things here and there. This is also probably one of those games where I feel like if you purchase this game, then at least morally, I'm not saying legally, you probably have a no real objection to going and finding the ROMs somewhere else to play the same games, because you've supported the industry, you've given your money to Capcom. If you want to actually have a different experience or better experience using an emulator, why should they really care? I think one of the major problems with this was just the netcode playing online with somebody else. But these are beat 'em up games, so that's a very optional thing. Yeah, there's really no reason why the Capcom Beat 'em Up bundle should be taken off the wish list. I wanted to come down here and just mention what games are in this bundle: the Final Fight, Captain Commando, the King of Dragons, Knights of the Round, Warriors of Fate, and then 2 games that had never been available on consoles called Armored Warriors and Battle Circuit. I believe these were also probably SNK, not SNK, that's a publishing company. There was an arcade system where you could basically pull out a hard drive and put in a new hard drive for different types of games, or the operators could. And I think Capcom games like these were running on that system. But I guess that really doesn't matter too much. Next we have Carcassonne Tiles and Tactics. I am not 100% sure I haven't already purchased and covered a Carcassonne, I call it Carcassonne, but I guess if I look at it, it's Carcassonne. I'd like to cover this game. This was a game that was briefly popular in the real world. There's definitely board game people, and sometimes it feels like that that audience is growing and becoming a little less niche. I'm not 100% that is actually true. I've started to realize that what happened is a lot of YouTube channels and TV shows and such that used to just cover like video game stuff that I would be interested in and watch, they started to expand into these lifestyle channels where then they would have episodes and shows around playing things like D&D or board games. And Geek and Sundry was definitely a company that started to do that a lot. So I really don't know how popular board games are. I know PAX has a board game section, but I'm really not sure whether this is a game I'd get around to. I'd like to cover it. I'd like to own it. It's rated mostly positive. Most of the board games on Steam tend to not be that good. This one claims to be the official board game, so I assume that's true. But there almost certainly have been some other versions of the same game. This one says it's the new version of the multi-awarded game, now in 3D. So I bet there's like a different Carcassonne game. Again, any board game has to be compared to the $20 tabletop simulator. You might have to buy some DLC if you were going to try and play Carcassonne on tabletop simulator. Let's see if the pretty bad recommendation engine for Steam would reference anything else. 100% orange juice that's more like Mario Party. Let's see. Asmodee Digital, I believe, has several board games that are that's pretty much all they do, is they get licenses to board games. Unfortunately, not all of them are rated particularly well. A lot of them have just mixed reviews, and they often feel like they're just efforts to cheaply sell out and get people who have already bought the board game to buy it. I covered the original Ticket to Ride game. This is Ticket to Ride First Journey, the kids version of the game, and that didn't really translate very well. There is also a slight issue of playing a board game on a PC. Like my PC is a desktop PC, so you're really not pulling out something like a laptop where that makes sense, or there's any portability, where it would make a lot more sense to play some of these games on cell phones where you have that with you at all times. Here's Ticket to Ride that I covered, and it's rated very positively. I just didn't like it, I guess. Inherently, I just didn't like Ticket to Ride. But I do like Carcassonne somewhat. I play a few games on it. Seems like the old version of this game might actually have been just taken off Steam, because I don't really even see a previous version. And they will get you with expansions, so take note, it's $5 for this expansion, for $5 for this expansion, and $10 for this, so you're paying $20 if you want to play the different expansions. So that's another thing to keep an eye on, certainly. Moving on, we have a game called Capsized. What is this? A platformer, indie sci-fi, with local co-op. It's rated very positively from 2001. It doesn't look very visually appealing to start with, and some of these games are so old they don't have video on them, so it gets harder to determine whether the game is really worth playing or not. This looks like it's mostly just a platformer where you're playing an astronaut who crash landed on an alien planet. It's in a collection of 5 other games. This is where we get to the point where I need to determine whether I really want to play it or not. It has an 80 on Metacritic, which is quite hard. No resolution support above 1080p is not really an issue for me. arty platformer, more pretty than fun. The game is beautiful, the soundtrack is game, but the title is just botched. The gameplay has been made intentionally bad. The physics don't feel natural, and it feels like someone is trying to screw players over. The amount of times you get killed just because of wonky physics is simply too high. Let's see. So this is a game that might turn into quite the frustration looking at the negative reviews, but I'm not 100% certain I want to get rid of it. It's really got two strikes against it. It's not visually appealing, and I'm a very visual person, and people are complaining about the physics. Let's look at the other games this developer's made. We have a mixed reviewed, we have a very positive, we have a mixed reviewed, we have a very positive, we have Apotheon, and Apotheon Arena, and then this is the game before Apotheon. So it has this ever so slight relevancy. If I was to play this game Apotheon, I'm a little iffy on Apotheon itself, and that's very positively reviewed. I think I have to be a little bit more critical here, and I think this one needs to go. This is a game where I'm willing to miss out on a hidden gem, and if my fan base comes back to me and tells me actually Capsized is very good, you should play it, actually I think for you this is a good game to play, it that would get it back on the wish list and put it frankly at the top of the wish list, but right now as it stands I don't think it deserves to stay. Next we have Card City Nights. This is a 2014 game from it's 91% positive. This is a kind of card game, but more of a card game in its one thing. It's one instance. I don't think it really has gotten any updates or DLC. I think you just kind of get all the cards throughout the process of playing the game, and then you build the decks. It may not be exactly they say it's a trading card game, but I don't know exactly how that works since it's a single player game only. It almost feels like it should be described as a deck building game. Yeah, there's no DLC to expand in it. The total completion is 13 hours, and it's just a little weird looking, certainly. This game is too easy and repetitive. Add some fun at the beginning, letting out the player, and at the end when things got difficult for the last 5 battles, but there were several hours in between that weren't even worth it. So it seems like it might be a little bit grindy. So yeah, I think this one is going to stay because it has a little bit of relevancy in the other games that they've developed. They're working on a Smash Brothers clone called Slap City, which there are several of those in development. They have It'll Do and It'll Do 2. I covered It'll Do 1, which is a Legend of Zelda clone of sorts, and I liked it a lot. I definitely wanted to play It'll Do 2. And these are kind of the same characters in all their games. So that, I think, is where it is. I wouldn't go back and play their first game, Bob Came in Pieces, because it looks like it's mixed reviews, whereas It'll Do in 2013 compared to this 2010 game is much better reviewed. So that slight relevancy saves it, so I could just play all the Ludosity games. Moving on, we have Cardinal Cross, which is a visual novel female protagonist, it seems. It's rated 95% positive. It came out in 2018, so it's actually pretty highly rated already for a moderately new game. It has what I would say a more Western animation style. That you're clearly not seeing anime characters in this visual novel. It doesn't have full audio, so there will come a reckoning at some point where I have to just say, look, show me all the visual novels that I've put on my wish list, and I'm gonna have to decide, do I really want to read every bit of dialogue that appears and cover a game that could be several hours long. Visual novels also have a tendency to be just more expensive, or well, not expensive but long. They do have a tendency of being expensive too, but and so I have to be careful about that. However, at very positive, 95% positive, I mean, you really don't get any higher than that. This would have been overwhelmingly positive had they gotten, say, 200 or 300 reviews. So by the time next year, it probably will be overwhelmingly positive. Next we have a game called Cargo, The Quest for Gravity, which is an adventure action physics soundbacks surreal game. It's rated very positively. I think this one's quite a weird looking one. Looks like it's an older game. It seems like you're building vehicles. Feels a lot like Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts. I believe Giant Bomb covered this one, and that's where I found this game. Let's see, what else has this developer made? They've made the remake of this series, Pathologic, which is well, they're making a remake, and they did an HD version of the old game Pathologic, and they made Knock Knock, which is kind of a weird horror game. And so it puts us in this weird point where like every game here at least seems like it has relevancy. It could be that this company just gets a lot of good press coverage, but I'm not 100% sure on that. So yeah, Cardinal Cross stays on the wish list, and Cargo, The Quest for Gravity, stays on the wish list. Although when it comes down to it, if a sale happens, this would be kind of a hard game for me to ever actually decide to buy. What I'm expecting might happen, assuming I can continue to run my YouTube channel for as long as I'd like to run it, which is probably for the rest of my life. I'm assuming at some point I will just get down to the point where I'm basically just scraping the bottom of the barrel as far as games, and I'm looking for things that are rather old and lesser known. Generally I try to do that anyways as it is, but that's a point. I'm gonna double check that this game, The Void, is also on my wish list, but that would be a T, not a C, so I don't need to deal with that right now. Yeah. Now we have CarX Drifting Racing Online. I think the online part of this probably is gonna get it knocked off. Let's see. Today's peak was 243 players, so people are still playing this. Came out in 2017. Not sure though. You have to hold driving and racing games to a very high standard as far as the graphics. This is, I think, probably barely reaching that high standard. But I think this game is probably going to lose any relevancy, because I bet CarX Technologies, as the developer, hasn't made anything else except for maybe some other racing games. And when you think about playing this versus say something like Forza or the big AAA developers, this probably isn't offering much of anything, really. Even if this game is supposedly 100% focused around drift racing, I imagine there are games that have drift racing levels that are going to be longer and better than this. So yeah, let's see what this developer has made otherwise. Nothing. Just a ton of DLC for this one game. And I'm not 100% sure how many racing games I even want to play. Like, I think I could probably get away with playing one every couple years, or one every year. Would be fine. I certainly don't want to get too involved in racing. Alright, next we have a game called Caromble, C-A-R-O-M-B-L-E. Crumble? It looks, yeah, it's supposed to be crumble, but spelled differently. This looks like an Arkanoid clone in a 3D environment. So you have a paddle here that would bounce an energy ball, I think, and you're doing sort of a pinball, sort of an Arkanoid clone. This definitely looks like it's an Arkanoid type level. This is a 2015 game, so I need to make a decision. It's 83% positive with 18 user reviews, which is not enough user reviews to make me believe that they couldn't have a significant... There's a classic example of Arkanoid. Like, these could be manipulated reviews. It's still in early access too, from 2015. So it probably is let's see, here you have an update. As Thomas D mentioned in the previous announcement, as a team we've had a hard time due to severe personal circumstances. It's always the same story over and over again. It's like we ran out of money because we had no idea how expensive it is to make a game, and we started selling the game early. Yeah, so this one's got to leave the wish list. Clearly, it's never going to be finished. It's never going to be good, and frankly, an Arkanoid clone was never going to be good in the first place. Even this one that seems slightly ambitious, and seems like, oh, they actually are trying to do something different. You could probably have asset flipped most of these elements just to make it look so fancy and not put a lot of programming or artistic effort into it. I do love pinball games, and I can see the slight idea here of combining pinball and Arkanoid and trying to make something that's like the next Arkanoid 2.0, something drastically improved over the original Arkanoid games. But then again, I'm not sure anybody really wants to play Arkanoid games. It's like a Tetris game. If somebody they did make 3D Tetris called Tetrisphere, and it sold alright, but it wasn't amazing, and nobody really remembers it now. Next we have Case Animatronics. The question, I guess, to ask here is, this is a Five Nights at Freddy's looking game, which I've always questioned whether I'd really want to play these. It's mixed reviews in the last 30 days. It's from 2016. The problem with the Five Nights at Freddy's series is they're all around jump scares, and because of that, that won't scare me, or it'll just cause me to jump, and there's no real horror in there, and it doesn't look like there's too much game in most Five Nights at Freddy's games. This seems like what they've done is they've taken the Five Nights at Freddy's horrific robots and put it in more of a wander around horror game instead of just staying in one office. There's so many games like this where you have a flashlight, a camera, and you're just moving around. Let's see, apparently April 28th they announced the second game. Yeah, there's nothing here that would make me want to play this. And I'm kind of surprised it's even on the wish list, to be truthful. I probably directly mistook it for a Five Nights at Freddy's games. The only reason why people know the Five Nights at Freddy's games is because YouTubers made them very popular, and that's kind of it. Next we have Cast of the Seven Gods Redux, which is a retro action adventure platformer. Mostly positive at 54, 72% of 54 reviews. Let's see. The art style seems a little busy. There's just a lot going on here. You have a very busy background, a very busy looking mountain, very busy field. It just seems like it's always on. Then you have some more background spikes, and then you have some platforms, and then you have some grass and trees, and then you have the characters. It just seems like a very bad color palette. Lack of understanding of that. Again, bad color palette. Just an ugly looking game. And usually I'm not super critical about the colors people choose, but that's not good looking. This looks like what it is a Ghosts and Goblins clone. It looks pretty fast, and that probably is not going to be a huge issue, but it might be if depending on whether or not it gives you infinite lives. Playing an old game like Ghosts and Goblins or Ghouls and Goblins, where you don't have infinite lives, versus a newer take on a game like that where you could just always hit continue, drastically changes how somebody like me would experience the game, because I'd basically just rage quit if I ran out of lives in a modern game. So I'm getting to the point where I'm thinking, is there some relevancy here? Because I don't fully buy this. Let's see. Like I don't know what would sell me on this. Is if this developer had made something else, or this publisher maybe had published some other things that are recognizable. I don't recognize any of those games. I'm not even gonna look at their other games. This other publisher, you can see on this one, most of the games that they published are mixed or negative. Yeah. Cast of the Seven Godsends Redux doesn't seem like it stands up. Doesn't have any real relevancy. Even though it is mostly positive, that's still not good enough to convince me to play what looks like a Ghosts and Goblins clone arcade game. If I'm gonna play Ghosts and Goblins, I probably would just play the original Ghosts and Goblins, and I'd probably only play that for like 30 minutes. Next we have Castle Crashers. This was, I believe, one of the Xbox Summer of Arcade games. That I remember playing this on the Xbox 360. This one's a little bit of a weird game for me because I would almost certainly cover it in single player mode, and I think you probably have a lot better experience if you play it in 4-player mode. The other thing I recall is that this game is actually particularly long. A completionist would take 46 hours apparently to play the whole thing, and so that's kind of one of the reasons why I haven't bought it, but it's overwhelmingly positive over its lifetime. 96% with 35,000 reviews. Let's see if their developer has done anything else lately. Their last game was Pit People, which is rated very positively, although I'm not sure I really want to play it. And then Battle Block Theater, which is overwhelmingly positive, and then some DLC of some new characters for Castle Crashers. Yeah, no way this one's leaving the wish list. But also not particularly a game that's going to the top. I have yet to decide that any game really is worth being at the top of the list. Inherently, I keep running into this problem where I have less and less time and more and more games, so I want to find games that are shorter and easier to finish the main story without having to spend 60 hours or more on them. Here we have Casino Mega Collection. This game in particular is kind of only on the wish list because I would like to find a casino game that doesn't have microtransactions and is just fake money, so I could potentially play slot machines or Keno and blackjack and poker and have a moderately good quality experience for a small amount of money. $7 might be a little bit more than would I be willing to pay for this? This may not be the one, certainly for that example. But the recommendation engine is basically only offering Tabletop Simulator. You'll be amazed how often the exact same games get recommended. This one's weird. Chinese parents. I bet this game is only in Chinese. Let's see if this is even in English. Yeah, English language not supported. But almost all the recommendations that Steam point out are to the same top 100 games, and so if you have a small indie game on Steam and you're hoping that you'll get some coverage and get highlighted by Steam, it just never happens. I was at least one of the people that recommended recommended to YouTube the Creator on the Rise program through surveys they asked me to fill out, although at this point I'm so frustrated with YouTube I don't even bother to fill out those surveys anymore. But the Creator on the Rise idea in general was something that should happen on Steam too, is that, hey, check out this weird game. They do have something that's somewhat like that, but it still doesn't really put any new games in front of people's eyes. So it's very easy for a developer to put a game out on Steam and only get 100 people to ever even play it. I'll leave the casino game on, but I'll probably take away Castaway Paradise Town Building Sim. I bet I put this game on my wish list specifically because I was thinking of doing a Christmas month. Unfortunately, there just is not enough Christmas themed games on Steam. Although I may have put this here because this is just a interesting looking town building sim. Came out in 2015, is 78% positive. There might be better versions. Looks like, let's see, all the DLC packs are free. That seems rather generous. It does kind of feel like it's a cell phone-esque game. Let's see. Do not rip off. It's just a bad rip off. Do not recommend just a bad rip off of Animal Crossing. That's kind of what I'm looking for, though. Is I would like an Animal Crossing game on Steam, and maybe this is not the game to play, but what else can you do? There really isn't an Animal Crossing close example. Maybe My Time in Portia might be a little bit closer to that. So, but yeah, I am running into certainly some games where it is. This is on the wish list simply because I'm hoping for something better to be created. $14.99 is probably a little high for a mostly positive game. It's from a developer who's made a game called Yeti, which is Japanese for one, and what else? Kind of nothing. They made one game in 2014, they made one game in 2015, and then they have Castaway Home Designer in 2017, and this is 60% positive with 10 user reviews, so they got worse. What is Ichi? Ichi is a cell phone game, basically. So I probably should just take it off my wish list. I probably need to put my foot down and say, look, heck, if there is no Animal Crossing clone that's good on Steam, there should be nothing on the wish list. Last thing I want to do is have somebody buy a game and gift it to me because I put it on the wish list only to come back and go, oh, actually I didn't really want to play this game. So that one's gotta go. Yeah, just for safety's sake. Moving forward, my time in Porsche, on the other hand, is rated very positively. It came out in 2018, and it seems like there's some crafting and growing of crops. Yeah, this does seem like this probably is a better clone of Animal Crossing. People like it a lot better. It's early access right now, and I would not buy early access games. But yeah, I'll make sure that that is now on the wish list instead. Next we have Disney's Castle of Illusion, although it's just called Castle of Illusion, whereas it's kind of funny on Steam, half the games do have Disney copyrighted on it. An old Sega game. It says 2013. I'm not 100% sure that this is some new remake that came out in 2013. I guess it probably was, but there were definitely Disney's Castle of Illusions games on the Sega Genesis in the 80s, quite a few of them. They tried to be sort of the competitor to, I guess, Mario games. Mickey Mouse certainly makes a lot of sense to try and cover, to catch some people's interest, certainly, and might be a good game to cover on YouTube, or it might be a terrible game to cover on YouTube because it might be copyright claimed like crazy. Next we have Castle of Darkness. It's 76% positive with 907 reviews from 2015. This looks like it is a Metroidvania Zelda 2 style game. Doesn't look terrible, and the mostly positive reviews look alright. I think there is a point here where there's so many of these on Steam, I probably, once the sale happens, once I start buying games, I might come to something like this and say, oh, actually, I'm not willing to play this game because it's just going to be too similar. It's 14 hours if you want to play it like a completionist. But it does have some slight relevancy because it's from the publisher, being published by Nicholas, the publisher of The Binding of Isaac and Cave Story and It'll Do Too and several other small independent developers games, so that puts it in good company. And apparently Nicholas was also the developer in part 2. So yeah, Castle of Darkness, because it's in good company, because it still has mostly positive reviews, will stay on the wish list, although very possible I won't. Next is Castle Storm, which I believe this might have been a game made by Captain Sparkles, or Captain Sparkles funded it, which puts you in a weird position, certainly. Says they're mentioning building and destroying Lego castles, but this game has nothing to do with Lego. There was a game certainly like this. Let's see. This may not be that one. Looks great, but it plays like one of those time-waster games you find on Facebook. If you're looking for something very casual that looks really good, then maybe it's for you. I don't see the point. This is a 32 tower defense or simulate games I've played. More of a clicker than a strategy game. Honestly, if it's just a clicker game, if it's just a super simplistic game and its criticisms, I probably don't want to play it. Put 18 hours in something that's a clicker. It's coming from Zen Studios. I didn't see any evidence that this really was the Captain Sparkles version of the game, but there definitely was a game that came out that looked very similar to this from the YouTuber Captain Sparkles, and that brings about weird, like, does that change my opinion at all about the game because I know some YouTuber was involved in the development. Zen Studios does the Pinball FX series. They've most recently done Pinball FX3, and they've gotten the licenses to a lot of real-world pinball tables, which they are going to remake into fake world pinball tables and release real-world versions too. Generally speaking, I prefer Pinball Arcade over Pinball FX's engine to emulate video games. Otherwise, Zen doesn't even really have anything too much to show in this new developer beta. It's not until you start to look at like all the Pinball FX DLC, which they sell each table as DLC, pretty expensive too. I own quite a bit of them, and generally speaking, I don't like most of them. Yeah, Castle Storm can leave the wish list. I really don't wish to play this game, or games of that style in general. Next we have Castlevania Lord of Shadows 2. This one should be at the top of my list because I covered Castlevania Lord of Shadows 1. I liked it. It's not really in line with most Castlevania games, so you're having like a slightly different story and a slightly different gameplay style. It came out in 2014 on Steam. It's 82% positive. I had heard some people really didn't like it, but or that the story had gone in a different direction or a crazy direction. But I think it was supposed to have a story that go in a crazy direction, so I'm not super surprised there. This developer, let's see, also has, seems like they also worked on Lords of Shadows Mirror of Fate HD, which is probably a port of a like Vita game. Yeah, I'm trying to get into the Castlevania series and as much as I can on Steam. So yeah, I want to double check Mirror of Fate HD is on that list, because because you can't play Nintendo games, they're not on Steam. You can't play the Metroidvania series, and I love Metroid Prime, those three games. So if you can't play the Metroid in Metroidvania, then you go to the Castlevania of Metroidvania side. Here we have Cat Quest, a very popular game that came out in 2017 where you play as a cat. It's pretty fast-paced RPG game. Let's see, $12.99. Let's see how long it takes to play the whole game. To be a completionist only takes 10 hours. The idea of only spending 10 hours in an RPG is very appealing to me as a YouTuber. It's 79% positive. And of course the internet loves cats for the most part, so it's cutesy and interesting. Let's see, the only other game they came out with was called Slashy Hero, which is like nobody played. So now this game kind of has some relevancy. It has 16 user reviews and it came out in 2016. So I should go back and play Slashy Hero and say, hey, this is from the developers of Cat Quest. They released this a year earlier. And in a weird way, P-Cube Limited is publishing this Cat Quest, which I believe P-Cube Limited is known for publishing mostly anime lewd sex games like Galgun 2. Although it seems like they have a bit more of a variety here than I first thought. I believe it was P-Cube that tried to publish a game in the UK, and it was the first game since Manhunt in like 2006 to literally just be completely banned. Like, no, you cannot publish this game at all. So there was definitely a failure in publishing there, or localization / censoring the game to meet the local laws and standards. Let's see, I'll make sure Aglios is also on the wish list. Yeah, I'm definitely adding more games to the wish list than removing them at this rate. Next game we have on Steam is called Cat Goes Fishing. I guess once we get through games that start cat, we probably will be at least halfway through the whole C's list of C named games. Let's see. I would like to find both a realistic fishing simulator game and one really good arcade style fishing game. I assume what this is something similar to a game that I think was only on cell phones called Ridiculous Fishing. This might be like incredibly boring, or this might be very interesting. Actually kind of looks a little boring, but it is rated very positively, so there must be something here, or people who purchased it may just wanted to have done that style of gameplay. 53 achievements, 10 hours to complete the whole thing. Again, the internet loves cats, and there's not a lot of negative reviews, so for that reason I think it stays on my wish list. I wouldn't be surprised if this developer hasn't made anything else. Yep. But when it comes down to a sale, I'm not sure I'd pay more than $1.99 for a game like this, just because it looks pretty repetitive and like a time waster game, and it's kind of hard to criticize a time waster game or cover it in a real critical way. Next we have Cat Maze, which is rated very positive from 2018. So this one should stay on the list. It says it's an action adventure in the Metroidvania game. I'm not sure exactly how many Metroidvania games I'd really cover, but I certainly have a list. Let's watch this video as I drink some water. And now would be a good time to pause the video and take a break yourself. We've been going for at least an hour and 13 minutes. I'm trying not to actively take breaks while recording these unless I absolutely have to, and instead just suggesting that viewers take breaks. That way what happens is, for me, if I take a break and I walk away from my recording chair and my microphone, it usually takes me a lot of time to get back into the mood and to start recording again. So it's never just a quick 2-minute break. It's a 2-minute break and then another 5 minutes at least to get settled back in. Cat Maze looks good. It looks interesting. It looks like it's doing a lot of things that I haven't seen before from a Metroidvania game, just in the way things are being animated and depicted. So yeah, it might have been a slight red flag that because it's English, Russian, and simplified Chinese, if a game only supports Russian and English and only supports English and Chinese, it tends to have a higher likelihood of being a troll game. Although we have to really hope that there aren't enough troll reviewers out there that would give a game 109 user reviews, 86% of them being positive. If there are games out there that can get that level of reviews and not get caught, that's a problem. This is from a developer who made another game called Reflection of Mine, which is a very positive RPG looking game. I'm pretty sure that is on my wish list, but I'll just double check. Most of the games that I actually double check do end up being already on the wish list because I'm pretty generous. So Cat Maze stays. Reflection of Mine, we'll double check. Next we have Cat Lateral Damage. which this was an interesting idea. There's been several games on Steam where you play as a cat and you run around and you break things and try to make as much damage as possible. This is one of those games that seems like it has a VR DLC, so you can play in VR. I don't have VR, but it's nice that you don't have to play in VR, which is good, because a lot of games do run into that problem where it's like, oh yeah, this might be interesting to play, but you need a $100 or $500 VR headset. The graphics look pretty simplistic. A lot of these things that you'd be knocking over and hitting are probably simplistic asset flips, but it really doesn't look too bad for what I would hope would be a short experience. Yeah, main story is 1 hour, completionist is 10 hours. And yeah, okay. Let's see if this developer has made anything else since Cat Lateral. King Kaiju, where you play as a kaiju or a giant monster in a suit in a Japanese movie, and you're running around breaking things. It's basically the same idea as Cat Lateral Damage in a different environment. I can certainly see why that would also be appealing. Basically, these are games that let you throw a fit and cause a lot of havoc without actually throwing a fit and causing a lot of havoc. And then this other developer has made some games that I don't think particularly interest me. 20XX I think is already on the wish list, or it got removed from the wish list, so I'm gonna leave it alone and not even double check. We will, I suppose, run into a problem there where I might start adding things back to the wish list that I specifically took off the wish list because it was, since we're looking at C's right now, if I start adding things that start with B or number or A, I might very well just go in circles and make no progress as far as at least better curating my wish list. At this point, I don't know if we can even really call it shortening or cleaning up the wish list, as more just better curating. Next we have Cat Interstellar, and this is a 2017 game. It's 68% reviewed. It's probably not going to get a bunch more reviews. A short story inspired by Robert Heinlein's The Moon is a Harsh Mistress. See, this looks amazingly good, but in all honesty, this could all just be Unity assets. Like, if you do it right, an asset flip game can look this good, and there may very well not be much, if any, actual gameplay in this. Let's look at the negative reviews and see what the complaints are. The game does not work at all. Do not buy this. The only thing you can do is watch a screen flicker on and off. Single player, yet ask for permission to access the internet, so shady. No matter how many asset flips, it will still be an asset flip. Don't be fooled. This is an asset flip, not a game. This is no fun at all. You just walk around a lot and the game ends. Totally pointless. Visuals and others. Audio great. This is a story-based game with no story, is one criticism. Yeah, I'm sold. This is an asset flip game that made it through. More and more, they look better and better as far as asset flips, and it's kind of easy to get a game like this. And see, this is also the kind of game that probably would never really get caught by Steam. Or Steam and Valve would probably never really have to do anything about this, because they can just let this game die in obscurity. Nobody's gonna find this. The more games like this recommendation engine is never gonna show this game to anybody else. So they can just, Steam can just take their 30% off the $5 on this and and make profit instead of addressing the fact that the game's not that great. And it's not until you get to a point where the game is getting refunded drastically a lot that will Valve even care. Moving forward though, we have Caveman Chuck. Let's see, it looks like this is probably a simplistic platformer game. I'm not sure why I would have put this on my wish list in the first place. Like I kind of immediately can say, look, there's a ton of games like this. Why would I have allowed this? I guess maybe it's because you're fighting dinosaurs and there's not a lot of fighting dinosaur games. Maybe I just have some slight love for dinosaurs. I don't even remember liking them when I was a kid, but I seem to have more recently developed a love for them, which is a nostalgia for dinosaurs that I did not have previously, and I don't know how that would really happen. The other game this developer has made is called Magic Notation, so it's 50% for free to play. Yeah, this game needs to be removed. Although, if there is a good caveman game out there, let me know in the comments, because I would like to play something like this. But almost certainly this is not going to be a good experience. It'd probably be a nightmare experience, honestly, because it'd probably be very floaty and bad controls. Sometimes I'm a little too generous about what games make it to the wish list, and this is the point where I'm gonna pay for being too generous. Let's see. Next we have Cat Efil. I bet this is the last game that's CAT. The Kunchi experiment. Looks like it's some kind of point and click game. It looks a lot like a Myst inspired game. Yeah, it even says here it's a first-person adventure game, Myst-like, part of a sci-fi series named the Belak Cube ASA, a space adventure. So yeah, this is mostly positive. It only has 13 user reviews though, and it's 2016. I think the thing that keeps this on my wish list is the fact that it's a Myst-like game, and I really love Myst-like games. This other one, a space adventure remastered edition, is mixed at 20 reviews, and then this is mostly positive at 13 reviews. And it's probably paying way too much for something that that is selling itself as a Myst-like game, but I'm kind of willing to go that way. Too long didn't read, like Myst, but without any world to explore. Graphics are dated, but I can forgive this. The engine is rough at best, but I can forgive that. The game uses very long intro video to tell the player in an attempt to throw the player into the start of the game well informed. So it's a tell don't show incidents. This game wasn't for me, but it might be for you, so be sure to check out. Man, that's no way to start your review. It's like, hey, here's some more words that nobody is gonna want to read. Where you have a recommended, it's Myst. What else do you want? In all fairness, Myst is not a great game either. So, I've seen some games that look like they are almost 100% clones, like the exact same puzzles and such. This is not that. They're at least doing something slightly different. So yeah, I still want this on my list, although this is really coming down to a subjective. I'm willing to play this game even knowing it might be bad, and the other game in the series even knowing it might be bad, just because I have such an obsessive love of Myst. Let's move on. Hey, and we're at the CHs, so we jumped from CA to CH, which probably means that was the first half at least of games. This is a game called Chariot, where you're playing as two different characters that are moving around this casket on wheels that has your father, the king, I believe, as a corpse in it, and you have to go through this whole adventure and puzzles to get him to where he's supposed to be. 85% positive of 118 user reviews. Probably too expensive at $14.99. Came out in 2014. This is another game that I would have played if it was cheaper. I saw mainstream video game media cover this game and they liked it pretty well. Of course, everything just falls to the echoes of time, and so now I imagine most people wouldn't even know that Chariot exists. Alright, next we have Chaos Reborn, which says it's a turn-based wizard combat with tactical posturing, which to me seems like it might be not my style of game. It feels a little bit like Heroes of Might and Magic, but still a little different from that. Looking at every screenshot here, and I'm really not seeing this. Apparently it's from the creator of XCOM, so does that give it relevancy? This is a 2015 game, and it's 75% positive. I kind of want to remove this one from my wish list. I just don't see anything here that attracts me. Let's see, we don't have any time records on how long to beat. You'd expect more from those that made XCOM. No option to save. That causes you to start. Cute little idea in theater with mixing more traditional turn-based strategy game. Let's see. Seems the enemy has an unlimited supply of mana. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything here that makes this look interesting. And this developer has made nothing else. So the thing too is, you could claim from the creator of XCOM, but that could be several different people. Honestly, is this the guy who was the executive producer of XCOM 1? Is this the guy who was the manager of the team, the project manager? Is this the guy who was an animator? Is this the guy who was a audio designer? Was it the story writer? Because it really takes a village. It takes a whole team to make a game, and it could be that XCOM 1 was good despite the efforts of this the person that they're claiming is the creator. There are several games out there where people claim to be the creators of games, and even if they are the creators of games, they weren't able to catch lightning in a bottle a second time. So Chaos Reborn is getting removed. Next is Cave Story Plus. Generally speaking, I would probably long ago have taken Cave Story Plus off my wish list, but it really is just a matter of falling to the masses. Like, it is so overwhelmingly positive over its lifetime. 95%. People just love it. And it's published by Nicholas, and that's putting it in good company. So there's really no way I could take this off my wish list even if I wanted to. But in all fairness, it personally does not look that interesting. There are so many other games on Steam that sort of look like this. Maybe they were copying Cave Story, and that's why they look like this, but that's the problem of bringing in the retro visual aesthetic, is it just opens the door for a lot of other people making similar games. Here we have another Metroidvania game, and this one is excluded from the Steam's family sharing service called Chasm. In the last 30 days it was 61%. Over its lifetime, since July 31st, it's been 67%. I would honestly say that Chasm looks more visually appealing to me than Cave Story does, but this is probably one of those cases where I have to again bow to the masses and say, well, look, if people don't like this game, I should just remove it. There's more than enough Metroidvania games. It's obvious when it creates the random dungeon pieces and it becomes quite boring. I put it down after getting past the first boss. Regret that I played more than 2 hours of this. I think it must have some random generation in it, which makes it probably a worse experience. You kickstarted this game and you still don't like it. Fighting enemies is a bore, bosses are uninspiring and also a bore to fight. Magic spells are just Castlevania sub-weapons and they're no fun to use. Controls feel a little bit stiff and off at times. Some rooms have precision platforming that requires a lot of trial and error. The game is mediocre for most of it. A game that's overwhelmingly meh. So this really might just be a case of this was a Kickstarter game that started the hype train early, and because of that, nobody liked it. More reason to never kickstart games. Like, you really shouldn't kickstart games or pre-order games. This developer's made nothing else. So yeah, Chasm can leave. There's more than enough selection in the seas alone as far as Metroidvania games. I'll never get to all of them. Next we have Charlie Murder, which is the, I believe, third game from this developer Ska Studios, with the first game coming on the Xbox 360 called Dishwasher Dead Samurai, and that never got ported, but the sequel, Dishwasher Vampire Smile, did get ported, or it could have been maybe they just rechanged the name, but I don't think that is the case. The Dishwasher Dead Samurai game I played on the Xbox 360, and it had so much button pressing and mashing that it actually caused my hands to hurt quite a bit, and I had to quit playing it. So I'm a little iffy if I'd ever want to play the Dishwasher Vampire Smile or Charlie Murder. There are other games, Salt and Sanctuary, that they came out with later. I think you'd probably be alright playing that because it's not just a massive button mashing game, but I'm pretty sure this is basically just a beat 'em up button mashing game. I think all the games are good. I'd like to own them. I'd like to support Ska Studios, but yeah, you have to be a little careful there. You can see these are M-rated games. This Dishwasher is rated very positively too. Salt and Sanctuary is rated very positively too, so they're all rated very highly, and they do deserve support. But this might be one of the few games I would just buy to support the studio and make a 30-minute spotlight and just say, well, this is just not the kind of game that I can play. And I could see people certainly not being interested in it at all. Next we have Cherry Tree High Comedy Club. It's a visual novel with anime characters. It's rated 89% positively. That's why it's still on the list for the most part. I try to not have visual novels on the list at all. It also has full audio, which is a big factor if that is actually true, so that you could actually listen to people talk. Fun dialogue and memorable characters. Japanese settings and westernized localizations available. You run into problems with Japanese games in general because there might be some lost in translation things. There might be some nudity or lewdness. I don't think in this case there's going to be too much of that, so there would be no reason to take this off the wish list. But I'm not sure I'm ever actually going to cover visual novels. It's just such a big commitment. And see, this is from a developer who's made an assortment of unrecognizable Japanese games, so it's not a big developer. It's the idea of an indie Japanese developer was unheard of until a few years ago, and the publisher is pretty much the same page. But that has started happening too, where you'll have just one or two people work on a game and put it out there, which is weird, certainly. Next we have Chef Solitaire USA. I'm slightly open to solitaire games. Generally they seem to be all on the same engine, where you're playing something that is not Klondike or Free Cell Solitaire. It's more of a matching game. Something closer, I would say, to Pyramid as far as a solitaire game, which there's literally thousands and thousands of different names of solitaire. Basically, you click on a card, and if there's a card that's higher or lower than the card on the top of the deck here, you can click on it, and you're trying to clear the board. I played a game called Regency Solitaire. It was pretty good for what it was. It unlocks some extra abilities to make it a little bit easier to get this done. Looks like this game in particular has several different layouts and a slight mini game with its restaurant theme. Definitely there's some thoughts here that this is trying to pander to girls more than guys, but I think it probably works just as fine. I could see playing a solitaire game every couple of years, like because it gives you a limited experience. It's not just we'll give you one of 10,000 random experience games. It tells a tale. It unlocks some progression bars, and that helps with it. This one's rated very positively. I wouldn't go down too far down the rabbit hole and play every single solitaire game ever to exist, though. And in fact, there's a solitaire game from the developer of Regency Solitaire that I don't remember the name of, that probably should knock this one off the list, and I should play that one. But there's nothing wrong with this game, so it'll stay. Now, would I ever actually buy it? I don't know. I doubt it. Here we have Cherry Tree High Girls Fight. Seems like this is a continuation of the previous game. Wasn't that also called Cherry Tree High? Yeah, previously it was Cherry Tree High Comedy Club. Now it's Girls Fight, and this looks like it's a fighting game, or the idea of a fighting game of some sort. This time it's getting published by a much more recognizable publisher called Sekai Project, and it's 74% positive. So there's some relevancy to go through a series here. You train fighters to make the most of their skills. So I assume this is training them in something like, oh, it's boxing. I would have thought it would have been judo for sure. But it's more of a simulation game than it is an actual, you have control of the characters and you watch them fight. Feels kind of like a cell phone game, and they're doing it kind of like a card battle even then. You always want to be a little careful when animating something like this. Not too many people would enjoy something like a UFC fight between two women punching themselves and breaking their noses and getting bloody. So often female on female violence is just less common, and then it's more disconcerting because it's shown less commonly in the West, whereas a regular boxing game isn't even really a concern. This game looks good enough that it would stay on the wish list, I suppose. And then Cherry Tree High My Girls, there's a whole series of them in there. Again, very positively. This time it's a visual novel adventure anime game again, so there's There's like several of these. So there's a whole series. Moving on. We have another visual novel called Chess of Blades. This time though, it's going for at least a more Western animation style, as I would call it, although I'd say that's pretty bad animation style. Just the proportions of this person's spine, like, and the angle he's at, it's awkward. His face is missing lines and details. Let's see, there's a murder and a romance, an intrigue. Let's see. And you're seeing a lot of guys, so you're potentially playing as a female character, or you're playing as a male character who's into two guys, which that might be the reason why this was on the wish list, is just as a balance. It's 97% positive with 37 user reviews. This would be overwhelmingly positive if more people had played it. It's 2018, so I think it's going to get another year, but for the level of quality of animation, it's probably going to fall off at that point. Again, full audio, so that's a issue, certainly. Yeah, he has a couple of female characters, but overwhelmingly you're getting more beefcake than you're getting cheesecake in your appearance. I don't know if I just said that phrase right, or if I just invented the phrase. Yeah, let's see what else this developer has made. I think this one's going to get another year, and then that's going to be about it. Seems like they kind of are going in a specific route for more of a, if you're into guys, these kind of games are for you. And I'd love to cover some games like that, because heck, there's not a lot of games like that on Steam, and you won't get any of that probably from a Japanese visual novel developer. So trying to represent every now and then with what is actually available is interesting. Moving on, we have Chess 2 the sequel. This is a 2014 game that's 45% positive, so I can immediately remove this from the wish list. Here we go. And we can just kind of move on from there. Even if this developer had made something else, I guess that really doesn't matter. Because it's really bad. I bet I have another game that's chess related right after this. I bet I have several chess games. This one is mostly positive from 2017, Chess Ultra, so I'll keep that one. And really it is going to boil down to one game that's a chess game that's good enough, and that's really all I want for a lifetime. Maybe every 5 years I try a new chess game. I probably just want the old battle chess games, honestly, and nothing super new. Chesseria, a tactical adventure, says it's a strategy adventure turn-based game, but wouldn't that be true if you're just playing chess? The animation is good, and this is a 2018 game, so I guess what you do here is give this another year. It looks like it's a nicely animated, basically just a chess game. Maybe they put some story into it too, or maybe they make some scenarios where you follow the rules. The big question for me is this game going to violate the rules of chess at any point, or you are just always playing chess? But no reason to remove that one from the wish list. Wow, actually only two chess games, or the games that start with chess. Next we have Chicken Assault Reloaded. Chicken Assassin Reloaded. Looks like this is probably a troll game, and you run into sometimes some weirdness where troll games can be highly rated, so you can't just immediately trust the game. Let's see what else this developer's made. Let's see. Bunch of games that are all rated positively, so either this developer is really good at review manipulation, or they've got something that I'm not seeing about the quality of their games. And this publisher, what else have they published? This Whispering Willows looks interesting. Well, I really should make a decision here, and I guess I just have to make the decision to leave it as it is. This probably isn't a super complicated game. It seems like it's one of these games where you stand in the center and you either attack left or right, and that's all you do. But it also seems like there might be loot and other elements that would modify your experience. It's $4.99. Yep. Let's see if there's some negative reviews that could maybe. Let's see. Chicken Assassin Reloaded is a 2D cartoon-y clicker game. It appears deceptive because the developer tried to make it look like bowling, but really you're just clicking one button all day. A lot of effort went into making it look like a game that isn't a clicker, but it is. There's a huge amount of window dressing for a non-game here. $5 is too much. Thank you for that review, because honestly, I was about to leave this on the wish list, and I'm thinking to myself, yeah, this doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem like a game that should be on the wish list, even though it has all this polish on it. So that one review, I'm putting all my faith in that one review versus the 95% of 334 other people who rated positively. And see, it's against Steam's rules to have something in your game to say, hey, review this game and we'll reward you, or even really push people to review a game. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's a few games out there that do that. But as for this one, yeah, I'm leaving it. As for Whispering Willows, though, this is a indie horror game that I think I will add to the wish list because it does look a little bit interesting. And that was a different publisher. Let's see, we have a game called Chessia. This is a 2018 game, but I'm not 100% sure I want to keep this one on the list. I think there might be better looking games than this already on my wish list, and it seems like it is nothing but just a simple chess game. And this really falls down under a comparison of something like Chess Ultra or Tabletop Simulator. So yeah, this one with its one negative review can be removed. I'm not a big fan of chess anyway, so I gotta be really careful about how many chess games I would end up playing or purchasing. Next we have a game called Chicken Invaders 4. I think this probably is going to get removed. I would imagine any game with just chicken in the name has a good chance of getting removed as just a joke game or a troll game. This is, it looks like it's a bullet hell flying upwards towards the screen shooter game. It's 96% positive as a shoot 'em up, but I generally just don't like shoot 'em ups, so this really probably just comes down to subjectiveness. Is like, do I want to play a shoot 'em up of any kind? And I think the answer is no. There's a whole series of these games, so if you're gonna try and cover them all, let's see. The complete set here includes 4, 5, 3, 2, but not 1. as far as I can see. So apparently Chicken Invaders 1 is not on Steam. Yep. Yeah, I don't want that kind of game in my life. So Chicken Invaders 4 can go. Let's see what happens when Chicken Invaders 2 can go. I put them. I don't even know why I would have put these on the wish list in the first place. Just high reviews, I suppose. I probably got blinded by that. Now, next we have Chips Challenge 1. This is an old, I believe, Windows 95 game. There's not a lot of reason why you'd really want to play this. It's something I just kind of own as a nostalgic piece of relevance. It's really just a nostalgia piece. The price is right at $1.99. It's not a great game. It's not something you'd really spend a lot of time with. And then they did come out with Chuck's Challenge 3D as a spiritual successor, because they didn't have the license, I think, to Chips Challenge after Chips Challenge 2. And so they were releasing Chips Challenge 1 and Chips Challenge 2, which I don't think anybody really played Chips Challenge 2 because they didn't get it free. And so this is two games I would get relatively cheaply, so then I could play this 3D version of it and see how they've improved when they came out with the 3D version in 2014. There is some weirdness. Where am I? What just happened there? I'm hitting Control Shift Tab and I'm Control Tabbing. What in the world? Did we talk about these games? No. We totally didn't talk about these games. Is my shift button just not working? Alright, well, yeah, I got really far ahead for some way. Now I'm back on track. Well, that was weird. I guess what happened there is I have a plugin that stops me from opening the same tab twice, and it moves you around if you do open the same tab. So yeah, we were here, and I wanted to point out that Chips Challenge 2 is $4.99 compared to $3.99 for Chuck's Challenge. And these games came out like a year after Chuck's Challenge 3D, so that's a little weird too. Moving on. Here we have a 2016 game called Chill the Pyro, which I think it probably has no relevancy, so this one's probably going away. A firefighter game of sorts. Looks slightly interesting, but 5 people have played it. Most people don't like it. It's like the same person has reviewed it negatively, just saying nice 5 times, or random people reviewed it negatively, and then somebody else reviewed it positively. These are just like fake reviews, clearly. Trying to get something here. I imagine these fake reviews probably killed them. I imagine you could probably kill a competitor pretty easily. This is an English and Russian game, which is also questionable. If you just bought a bunch of fake reviews for your competitor and used bad methods so you know that they got caught, that might kill the launch of a game. So honestly, it doesn't look too terrible, but it probably is. It's probably just like one level. There's no way this can stay on the wish list. There's no relevancy to it. There's nobody willing to back it up. The publisher is the same as the developer, and neither one of them have made anything else in the meantime. This is probably a good example of a game where you would have a better time if you just put it out for free, put your first game out for free on something like itch.io, and gained an audience base and a fan base. Next we have Chromagun, which, looking at this UI, this might be a asset flip. It's from 2016, so that might just be a bad assets though. It looks a little bit like Portal. It looks like a puzzle game. Let's see. 77% positive with 97 user reviews. I think this one's gonna stay on the wish list. Like Portal, except for where the central gimmick is neither fun nor interesting. The narrator talks about once every 15 minutes and you have to kill yourself every time you fail a puzzle to start it again. People say this game is like Portal. It is not, and bad. After reading various reviews, I decided to take a gamble on the game just to buy it since it was on sale. I played it for 40 minutes. Now I just simply am not having a good time. The puzzles aren't hard, the game just doesn't seem fun. If you miss paint a wall, you have to start the entire level over. You can't repaint the wall white to start fresh. That simple mechanic about a game ruins the entire experience, in my opinion. I feel like I'm not playing a puzzle game, but a narrow, learned by mistake walking simulator masquerading as a puzzle game. Whoever buys this game, I hope they enjoy it. Yeah, I think that tells me to not play this game. Seems like it's just missing gameplay polish issues. And let's see if this developer has made anything else. They made a racing game with and that's kind of it. Yeah. So Chromagun gets removed. The good news is that there are several Portal-like clones out there on Steam and on my wish list that are still probably good enough to stay on the wish list, so eliminating the bad ones is not a big deal. Next we have Chroma Shift, which came out in 2018. It's a cooperative side-scrolling puzzle game. It's brand new, so there's no reviews. That one gets another year. Next we have Chronicles of Mystery, the Scorpio Ritual, which is a point-and-click adventure game. It's 74% positive with 35 user reviews, so not a lot of user reviews, and it's probably never going to get any more. But I'm kind of willing to leave it on the list because there's several of these games that I could do a series over the course of the year and cover them. It's not extremely long as far as the game goes, and here's decent point and click, short though, nothing spectacular, very boring, not really terrible negative reviews. Here's one. I've only played for a few minutes, but with terrible graphics and no ability to change them or change the resolution. It's an old game, so some people will also negatively review it for that, certainly. So Chronicles of Mystery, want to make sure all of those are on the wish list. All 4 of these. Like this one goes on to, like, seems like it has no reviews. This one only has like 2 reviews. This only has 2 reviews. So this could be a hidden gem point and click adventure series. Or not so much a hidden gem as just a hidden mediocre game that is better than average. Next we have Chronicles of Innsmouth, which is 84% positive with 64 user reviews, point and click. It's another Lovecraftian style game, and this is real old school point and click adventure games with the verb bar where you click on a verb and then you click on an item, so you like give wallet and then to somebody, which is kind of the middle ground between playing a game like this and just literally having to type what you want to do. Let's look at this developer, this publisher. They haven't made anything else, and I bet this developers that are listed haven't done anything else either. But yeah, I really don't see a reason to take this one off the wish list. It looks like an old school point and click adventure. I like old school point and click adventures. It's something to at least consider. And then the Lovecraft episode makes some sense. I suppose maybe at some point I could do a series for a month of games just around Lovecraft stories, but that'd be a bit of a struggle to find 3 or 4 games that would make sense to do that. And I wouldn't want to do something like that in Halloween. I have considered doing a second Halloween month somewhere around February and just saying, hey, in February we're going to do some more horror games because there's so many horror games. Next we have Chrono Trigger. Now, Chrono Trigger is a unique story because in the last 30 days it's 73% with 64 users. In its overall lifetime, though, it's only 66% with 943 users. The reason for this is because Chrono Trigger, I think they've changed all the pictures too, or maybe I'm misremembering. Chrono Trigger came out, I think, with a lot of problems and new graphics when they released this, and people didn't like it. They just wanted the original game. It was either Chrono Trigger or Secret of Mana that had this happen, maybe both. But Square Enix didn't abandon it, and I think they're patching it and slowly fixing it. Like August 3rd, they had patch number 5. They moderately didn't abandon it. Like they really did want it to sell well, because it would have been a black eye on Square Enix if Chrono Trigger was always rated negatively on Steam. Let's see if we can get something better. It's not optimized to play with the controller. Let's see. What else? As far as negative reviews. Get an emulator, use a game pad is possible. Directional pad goes up constantly. Keyboard and mouse controls are playable, but also almost impossible if you input any ABXY codes. Allegedly there's patches. This was from October 9th. But I don't see them working. The UI requires very good timing with the gamepad and keyboard to change constant up. The preview picture looks like they came from the Super NES. The actual game graphics are from the mobile game. No improvement. The cutscenes are anime, old school 80s, 90s DBZ style anime. Get a Super NES emulator, save yourself a couple bucks. I'm stubborn, so I'll keep playing. Here you have one. Less features, more bugs than the 2009 version. Good job, Square Enix. So yeah, some big problems here. Again, this might be a game where generally I just want to support the industry, and so I'd buy this and very possibly just go get an emulator. So basically this was a mobile game. They ported this Super NES game to cell phones, and then they said, hey, let's make some more money and let's port the cell phone game to Steam, and then people didn't like that because it wasn't a good quality product. Moving on. Next we have Chronicles of Teddy on Steam. It's a 2015, 69% positive Metroidvania female protagonist game. There is quite a lot of games that have teddy bears in them. I'm not sure exactly why, but there are. They play a role. Looking at these screenshots, there's a lack of detail in some things. When you look at the background, when you look at just these vines, again, it's kind of hard to tell. Is this a player character? Is this the enemy? And what else are what? What part of that is background? What part of that is important? Here's another great example of just they've gone so retro and pixel arty that I'm not sure I can 100% tell what everything is. And I think that probably is what kills us, without even looking at the reviews. Let's see, it's so tedious than finding Teddy for searching for all the collectibles, even the main gameplay line. Finding Teddy, good and cozy one. Shaking my head. Not very great. Well written review there. Let's see. See, this animation looks interesting, but that doesn't. Let's see what else this developer has made, if it has any relevancy. We were just looking at Chronicles of Teddy, right? And there's this new game called Enceladus. Let's see, Finding Teddy is rated very positively, and it came out in 2013, and this looks like it has slightly better details. It's more of a point-and-click adventure game, and maybe that is why Chronicles of Teddy is on the wish list, is because this is a 2015 game that's sort of trying to be the continuation of that. And see, in this trailer it looks good. It's just in the screenshots later on it doesn't look particularly good. Look at My Game is the publisher, according to that. So what is this third game, by the way? A shoot 'em up game. So this developer seems to do something different every time they develop a game, which tells me that they're learning to develop different types of games, perhaps at the expense of people actually purchasing their game. I guess since it really doesn't have any relevancy, I am going to take this out. It might come back to the wish list if I play the point and click game Finding Teddy, and that turns out to somehow continue and relate to Chronicles of Teddy. I suspect that it might be the same characters and only ever so briefly relate. Otherwise, like, this just looks like it's an example of games, of a game style that has been done a lot better on Steam. So Chronicles of Teddy has to go off the wish list. Next we have Chuchel, which is a weird little point and click puzzle game that came out this year. It's rated extremely positively. I hear little kids like it quite a bit too, because it doesn't really have any dialogue or complicated concepts, and it's a pretty short game, I think, too. Each level is relatively short. You had 2 hours. But so it's a real ideal game for me to cover, because I could potentially make maybe 5 20-minute episodes and be done in a week for a series, and make shorter episodes. I could possibly even do an episode per level and really stretch it out. It's a little expensive though for 2 hours of entertainment, so I'd want it to go on sale, and it's brand new, so of course it hasn't gone on sale. Next we have a game called Chronology, which is 80% positive, from 2014. This is a puzzle platformer game that looks like it's a little bit better animated and better reviewed, so I don't see any reason why this would leave the wish list. Next we have Seabell. Now, I have in the past wanted to cover some of these games. The Seabell is a game about love, sex, and the internet as you play a 19-year-old girl who's been close to it. I think this was like a game jam game, and the problem is, here you can see it's 69% positive, and often these games are designed in a way that they are trying to sell themselves on raw feminism, and then they're just not good quality games. And that kind of sucks because you don't get a great example. Here you have who is a character who is almost certainly not a 19-year-old girl. It's probably the game developer. I'm pretty sure that is her. And who knows, she may have said something or done something online to irritate a lot of people, and that might explain the negative reviews, because that tends to happen. But I think she's playing a 19-year-old girl in these pictures and these live action sections, and I just don't think it's actually much of a game. This part looks like a game, but those may be very brief things, and they get highlighted and over promoted by the mainstream media, who has a progressive bias, and they go raw feminism. Let's see. I played Her Story, and that was a good example of a game, although I'm not 100% sure that really mixes with feminism or raw women. Let's see. Starts off pretty well with some context about the character from her blogs and chats, but all of that is pretty inconsequential. The other characters really never come into the plot at all. The story with the love interest starts okay, then becomes exceptionally cringy. I really didn't get the sense of what was being in her situation was like, but there's really not much emotional depth, and reasons for the character's relationship is really not fleshed out. The gameplay is of playing a character, an online clicker RPG together, is really bad, and it actually makes up the bulk of the game. I don't know, I guess I can see where some people would relate, but overall this feels like an art school project. Not awful, but really not that good in either. So yeah, this game is more of a movie. That's where it's getting its mixed reviews, is it's really just the wrong media. Honestly, this story probably would have been told better as a movie than as a video game. And let's see, this developer went on to make a game called Kimmy, which is 100% positive with 16 user reviews, which is not a lot. And this is just a visual novel that's animated pretty badly. See, I kind of... this is kind of a bad thing to say to artists, but I kind of want some artists to not tell their story. It feels... it feels like some artists tell the same story over and over again. Kimmy is a visual novel about a young babysitter in 1968. Dana takes a lonely girl named Kimmy under her wing, or she's having trouble making friends. Let the summer begin. Collect trinkets, play street games, and learn about Kimmy and her mysterious family as the summer passes. So again, it seems like it's more centered around the story than the gameplay elements. So just, you know, make a movie. Just tell a story, because the gameplay elements are not working here. Wow, this game is, for completionists, is 1 hour long too. And they want a premium at $8.99. But yeah, sometimes people just tell the same stories over and over again, and it's not that interesting. Whereas sometimes telling the same story over and over again, see, a lot of this also feels like it's just selling itself as this is a cam girl game where it's just going to show you something, but then you come back to the newer mature content description and they're saying this game may contain not appropriate for all ages, nudity, sexual content, general mature content. So maybe there is some nudity in it, even at that, for 1 hour. Yeah, this really does just feel like doing cam girl stuff. We already talked about Chuck's Challenge 3D. It's of course going to stay on the wish list. Speaking of cam girl stuff, so Cinderella Escape is one of the, I guess, last sex lewd games that came on Steam. Came on about a year before the Steam said, hey, you don't really have to censor games anymore. So basically you have this, it's a very simplistic, stupid game, but it got some coverage and it caught some people's attention. I believe Cinderella Escape 2 is probably uncensored in its totality, whereas the first game was censored and you had to go get a patch, which was the way things worked before. Cinderella Escape 2 is more of a hack and slash beat 'em up brawler game, where the first game was more of a puzzler game. It's very roughly built around the idea of Cinderella getting captured and trying to escape and fighting people. It's dumb, stupid cheesecake as far as a game, and I probably would never actually be able to play it on YouTube or Twitch, but I would like to own it. I'm not sure if this developer has made anything else in the time. They came out with Cinderella Escape 1, which they're calling Region 12 or R12, and that, or Region 1-2 is probably what that means, because Region 1 for Blu-rays was like the Americas, and Region 2 was the Europes, I think, or was that DVDs? Or it might mean 12 and older as far as the characters. Definitely not good games, although 2 might be a lot better than 1. Whereas 1 in particular, she had her hands tied, and that's why she was so good at kicking throughout the whole thing. There is a nudity patch, although this is not just tagged with nudity and mature, so maybe they've uncensored it themselves. Yeah, I guess maybe now with the new we don't mind nudity stance of Valve, this one's been unpatched too. It's kind of, it would be an interesting game if I could cover it to say, hey, look, this was a block pushing game, and then they turned it into a much better fighting looking game. There'd be a slight problem too with doing search engine optimization for the word Cinderella and then playing Cinderella Escape, a mature game. I would almost certainly want to put some warnings in front of my videos for that. But I don't want to lose these games either. I don't want to take them off the wish list. There's a few games that have some relevancy, and this was one of them. Moving on, though, I don't want to hover over it. We have Solaris Somnia, which came out very recently, so it gets another year. It's already 88% positive of 25 user reviews. It says it's a walking simulator. It's, I think, basically a walking simulator kind of movie. It really looks like it is just a CG anime cutscene, but it's from a recognizable publisher in AGM Playism, so there's a reason for that. They also have soundtrack available, $14.99. I probably wouldn't want to pay that much for it, but very pretty for a brand new game that done by what I assume is a small animation studio. Animation studios in Japan always not making enough money, so they're trying different things to be more profitable. Next we have a game called Cinders. Let's see. It seems like it's a visual novel with mature take on classic fairy tales. Doesn't look too bad. $19.99 is rather high, though. Asking quite a bit there. It's not full audio. And if you're a completionist, it takes about 7 hours. Again, this is one of these Western or more Western focused visual novels. No anime girls here, so I want to try to keep a 50-50 balance if we can do that, even though that probably is not the right percentage compared to like Western style visual novels and Eastern style visual novels. I'm not sure I'll play any of them now. If I got rid of all the visual novels, I'd probably cut my wish list down by at least 100 games. Next we have a game called Circa Infinity. It's a brain-melting circular platformer with a pulse-pounding soundtrack, they say. Looks weird, certainly. Let's see if we can watch a video and get an idea of how the gameplay actually works. I don't recognize this developer. It's 93% positive, so I think at that point it probably should be tested out. Yeah, this looks like it's kind of like a boss rush running in circles where you're constantly trying to jump into circles inside of circles inside of circles. At $4.99, yeah, there's no reason why this would leave the wish list. It's definitely weird though. So next we have a game called Circuits, which is a puzzle game, basically. Somewhat related to electric diagramming and drawing circuits. Although I recently heard drawing the grounding symbol here, pointing out to the side, is just bad description. The ground should always point downwards towards the ground. That's what I heard. I was watching a YouTube video on how to make better circuit diagrams, which you don't really do a lot of unless you're designing circuits, which not too many people do. But mostly this is a puzzle game. It's rated 90% positive. Came out in 2014. I love little puzzle games generally when they tend not to be super long too. They're nice little refreshing breaks from so many games that are heavy action and a lot of button mashing. If I can just take time and spend 5 minutes on every level, that would be really nice in a puzzle game. Next we have City of Shroud, which came out in 2018, so I think it gets another year. I'm a little surprised this even made it to the wish list in the first place. Seems like it's a half RPG visual novel and a half real-time strategy tactics game. It's from Abyssal Arts. Have they done anything else? See, this could just be like an asset flip game, really. It could be nothing whatsoever. And in 2018, they do look this good. But I'm not 100% sure that that's the case, so I kind of have to give it some more time. This developer has made nothing else. So yeah, give it another year. We'll see if City of Shroud turns out to be anything. In comparison, City of Brass kind of turned out to be nothing. And that was from Uppercut Games, which is, I think, some known developers. Yeah, it's from senior BioShock developers. And City of Brass isn't bad, and I'd be fine with playing it. It's just always seemed a little too expensive for what it is, and it's kind of a roguelike game that I think you probably only spend a couple hours playing. I love the artistic style. I think more of these old school Persian, Middle Eastern styles of animation should happen. I mean, historical accuracy be damned. Let's just get back to Aladdin and the Tales of the 40 Nights, because there's historical relevancy for stories that are that have existed for hundreds of years. Let's see. But there really is not a lot to say about this game. Even when it was brand new and I saw people covering it, they really couldn't find a lot to say about it. Let's see, and I don't think Uppercut Games actually has made anything else. Oh, they made Submerged. I kind of liked the game. The game was extremely pretty. I've covered Submerged. Extremely pretty, but moderately short and telling a kind of dumb and simplistic story. It felt like a project that was probably abandoned halfway through development, and had it been given another 6 months to a year, they would have put in some better gameplay mechanics. The main thing is that it really just does not have a gameplay mechanic in it. The only game they have before that is Epoch. So, and then Sea of Brass came out on May 4th this year, and it's already kind of dead. But I'll leave it on the wish list and we'll see what happens. Let's see. Yeah, today's peak, by the way, was 3 people. Wait, but you know what? That might be an inaccurate number because what time I'm recording, it may be past midnight, so there may not be a lot of people that have played it today because it's only an hour maybe or so past midnight. Yeah, Sea of Brass stays on the wish list though. Next we have Civil War Battle of Petersburg, 2017 game, 72% positive. I'm not sure I'd ever want to play this. It's an interesting question. Are there people who are into the Civil War that play video games, or is 100% of the audience of people who do Civil War reenactments so into that they really don't play video games? Or would they want to do something like this in a video game form? This is basically Risk if Risk was zoomed in very specifically to just the battles of Petersburg. And I assume this is historically accurate, or at least moderately historically accurate. 72% positive. I probably wouldn't want to play this game, actually, though. Like, I'm trying to think, could I really convince myself to play this? It's 62% off, well, 62% with 37% off right now. There's no data on who have played it. It seems like an incredibly large amount of people have played it at some point. Maybe multiplayer only, though. It's a turn-based war game, a hot seat mode to crush your friends, 4 difficulty settings. I'm kind of not sold on this. I just don't think I have any real interest in the United States Civil War or reenacting it in any way. Let's see. Next, there's this game that came out in 2017 called The Wanderer that also developed, and they say it's a walking simulator and it has like 6 reviews. And then here's American Patriots, the Boston Tea Party, which is basically the exact same game. Then Stones of Sorrow, which is a mixed reviewed game. Yeah, I just don't think this game company is in good company with its other developments and the other games it sold, and I'm just not interested enough in the subject matter. Now, if I was going to play something like a Where in Time as Carmen Sandiego, I'd be okay with spending maybe an hour at the Battle of Petersburg, but I'd want to go on and do something different. I wouldn't want to play Risk, or effectively play something like Risk, or some kind of board game. Moving on, we have a game called Claire. This is 2014, 71% positive. Horror female protagonist adventure. It looks moderately well animated, still a little pixely, but the camera zoomed in more. The more camera zoomed in when you're doing pixel arts, the better, because that means you can draw more detail. Well, at a certain point, if her head was taking up the whole screen, that would be a problem. $9.99. I think this one's gonna stay. This developer is on the cusp of potentially never creating another game, since this was a 2014 game, but I don't think that's any real big problem unless I was to look at the negative reviews and find out that the game ends on a cliffhanger. And if it did end on a cliffhanger, I think that would be alright. Now, there is this issue certainly with, there's so many point-and-click adventure horror games on the wish list that I may never get around to doing even a quarter of them, and Claire could just easily fall in between the cracks. Moving on though, we have Clandestine, which is a 2015 79% positive game. It's a two-player or single-player stealth hacking game set in 1996. The asymmetrical co-op allows one player to take role of a spy while the friend provides overwatch and assistance as a hacker and unravels a post-Cold War espionage conspiracy. The problem with asymmetrical gameplay, and this is like 100% of every single asymmetrical gameplay game that has ever been made, is they just aren't fun, and it's a bad concept. So I don't know how I'd really play this as a single player, but I do want to try. I like the idea of being a spy. I like the idea of being a hacker. It's 69%, 8 hours, so it's not super long. Let's see, this is janky and clunky. The concept on paper sounds interesting, but in execution it's bad. Game feels clunky and unfinished. There are several glaring animation and hit detection areas. Buy this on sale, and only if you're a huge fan of stealth espionage graphics. Might be a nice game no matter what. I can't complete the tutorial phase. So you got to be careful too. The graphics here certainly make it seem like it's a lot better than it probably is, but I'm willing to get this one on sale. $20 is asking quite a lot though from a 2015 game, to be fair. And this developer, he basically has Expeditions Vikings, a completely different style of game, and Expedition Conquistadors as their other games. I'll leave this on the wish list, but I'll have to be careful about purchasing and playing it. Next we have Clannad Side Stories. Clannad is a very recognizable and probably in the top 3 best visual novel games ever. Side Stories is a continuation and probably not as good as the original. They made an anime on it. There's a lot of relevance here for people who know what Clannad is, so there's really, if I'm going to cover any visual novels, Clannad has to stay on the wish list. It's 90% positive, the Side Stories is. Fully voice acted in Japanese, and maybe I could work with that and listen to the voice acting in Japanese while playing the interface in English, assuming it allows you to do that. Published by the known publisher of Sekai Project. And then, of course, we have the original game, Clannad, which is 98% positive over its lifetime, which I believe very possibly might be the highest reviewed game on my wish list. 98% with 1,561 reviews. This, I don't believe, is a particularly lewd visual novel either, so I think it's pretty much family friendly, although it might have some concepts that would be hard for kids or younger people to understand. So yeah, but again, this is not the kind of game that you would want to take off the wish list. There's a slight problem here, though. Look, a completionist plays this game in 87 hours. People who play the main story play it in 66 hours. There's a lot of gameplay in there. And so that would be a major commitment, major commitment to play it. And probably a lot of talking and a lot of reading. Next we have a game called Claws of Fury. This is a 2018 game, so it gets another year. It's a cat beat 'em up game, which might be good, might not be. I suppose opening myself up to playing more beat 'em up games where I might have been a little bit more picky and said, nah, those aren't the type of games for me in previous years. This game I don't want to leave or remove from the wish list immediately, but probably is gonna not make it next year. This developer hasn't developed anything else, and a cat beat 'em up game doesn't make a ton of sense. $9.99 for it's pretty expensive. Moving on, we have a game called Cliff Empire. Let's see, after a nuclear war, life on structures became impossible. A 300mm thick radioactive fog covered the earth. We were looking for bold, active people to manage and process restoring life on Earth. Join. That's not the best description of what the game actually is. It's 100% positive in the last 30 days. It's 89% positive over the life of it. Seems like it's some kind of early access city building simulation game. I tried to play City Skylines and the text was too small. I would be willing to try another city building simulation, particularly if it can tutorialize me and get me on board a lot faster, a lot better. All I'm seeing right now in this game though is just some very pretty white buildings that they may all just be white because of a lack of real textures on them. It's early access. There's a certain point where maybe I should check and get rid of early access games, but since this is a 2018 game too, it gets at least another year. We have Clockwork Tales of Glass and Ink, a hidden object game. Let's see how good that is. 89% of 407 user reviews in 2013. They want $9.99. And this bundle is kind of just a random collection of hidden object games. I feel like I probably should take this one off the list. Like, I've got too many hidden object games, but it's rated positively, and so I kind of want to keep the very positives and not have to search just the tag hidden object and go through a incredibly long list of bad ones. Let's see, what else has this developer made? My Brother Rabbit was one I think that we were gonna keep, and maybe the Chronicles of Magic series. I guess I'm losing energy, so now's a good time to take another break and I'll drink some more water. It's been about 2 hours and 40 minutes, so take a break, pause the video. Alright, now that I've thought about it for a second, I guess I'll just leave this and be generous. Next year I'll probably be less generous as far as leaving hidden object games on the wish list. Moving on, we have Clicker Heroes 2. I did a spotlight of Clicker Heroes 1. I did a spotlight on Clicker Heroes 1 actually before they added a lot of updates and content to it, so it was arguably a better game when I covered it than what it became later on. Clicker Heroes 2 right now is at 55% positive because it's this weird, it's really not a clicker game so much anymore. It's now this RPG game where they took the concept of what Clicker Heroes 1 was and they turned it into an RPG, and they had kind of been doing the same to Clicker Heroes 1. And I don't know if it has microtransactions in it, but the first game I think does. And my main problem with clicker games, and this is probably specifically just to me, is that I don't want to actually have to click, so I want to fully automate the process. This one there's like no losing, and you just always go forward. And I guess if you can't beat an enemy in a certain time, you just keep on trying and getting experience. And this is early access. They want $29.99. That is an incredibly high amount of money. There's literally no reason why this should be on the wish list, frankly. It's just way too expensive. Any progress now will be unstable until the game reaches a more stable set. Do not buy now if you want to save or to be compatible with future versions of the game. Abandonware. Scam. Ignore all information that states there's a 1-year refund policy as well. No matter what they try to tell you, they refuse to honor this. Not worth buying for €24. There's too many things going wrong with this in this game to recommend it for $30. This game has really good potential, but not enough for the moment. Yeah, I don't even really need to look at any more reviews. I was de-sold on the Clicker Heroes 2 as soon as I saw the price tag. Yep. They got their name with a basically free-to-play Clicker Heroes 1 game, and then they attempted to grab all the gold. Speaking of weird, this one's a sad statement. Clockwork. This is a game that I really want to play, and it looks really interesting, but there literally is no reason when I look at the reviews. This is a 2016 game. It's not going to get any more reviews. It only got 19 of them, and yeah, so either I'm gonna have to gamble on this and hope that maybe it's better than the 52% of 19 user reviews that say it's good, or I'm gonna have to get this really cheap. Now there's another game called Forgotten Anne that looks pretty similar to this game, and I believe there's a different other game called The Watchmaker that looks kind of similar to this game. So there have been a couple of games that might be better choices. I guess I'm just gonna be super generous though. 60 plus challenging puzzle platform levels. Nobody has put any data on beating it. Let's see. Really want to like this game, but since there are things, mostly two big things. A couple of game-breaking games that will prevent you from finishing levels. 9% of this game is a tutorial, really no challenge for one. Let's see, really is much fun to play, and I like the story. However, towards the end of there's a bug which makes it annoying at best to finish the game. Second boss is badly bugged. So it's just like the exact same complaint over and over again, that it's just not it's bugged, and unless there was a comment here about, hey, we've updated it, which there isn't. Do you really want to get halfway through a game and start enjoying it and then run into a bug that makes it impossible to finish this game? This is 2016 and they haven't made anything else. Yeah, I guess Clockwork has to leave, which is a shame, but better that it leaves now and than if I were to buy it and then get super frustrated because I spent $10 on a game that was bugged. The good news is there are several games that are similar to this. Next we have a 2018 game called Cloud Chaser Journey of Hope, which I don't really have to look at because it's a 2018 game. I'm not 100% sure why this is on my wish list in the first place. Maybe it's just because I couldn't figure out what it was. Seems like I think you were playing as the father and the daughter, and you have to decide whether you get food or water to the father or daughter. And it's like a choices matter resource simulation game. But yeah, I don't really have to even consider it, so let's just move forward. Next we have a game called Closure. This suffers from what I call dark screenshot syndrome, where most of the screenshot is black because it's a black and white game, but it's not incredibly bad. It's a 2012 game, 80% positive puzzle platformer. Let's see if Eyebrow Interactive has made anything else. They made Bomber Knots, and the end is nigh, so yeah, that's definitely putting it in good company. So Closure is going to stay on the wish list. Next we have a game called Cloudbait, which is a parkour female protagonist game from 2014, 84% positive, like run and gun type parkour game, create your own levels. I want to try some of these speedrunning games. Maybe they're not for me, they're almost certainly not for me, but I'd like to try some of them and see how far I can go. And this is slightly interesting looking, although a lot of this could just be asset flips too. But 84% of 674 people say it's worth checking out, so keep that on the wish list. Next we have Cloudlands VR Mini Golf. Is this actually in VR? Yes, so that shouldn't even be on the wish list in the first place. It really is just going to come down to, do I think this needs to even stay on the wish list at all, or can I just remove it in general? It actually looks relatively good for a mini golf game, but yeah, you have to be in VR, which is a problem because I don't have VR headsets. So I'm just gonna remove that one. By the time, if I were to ever buy a VR headset, I imagine this wouldn't even be the mini golf game to play. Next we have a game called Cobalt. I wouldn't be surprised if we're pretty close to the end here. Cobalt is a platformer shooter. It kind of looks like a Smash Brothers clone of sorts. Maybe? It's kind of hard to tell what it is. This came out in 2016. It's 88% positive. It's from the developer Mojang, so that's the developer of Minecraft. Oh, that explains the relevancy here. $14.99. Not something I would probably ever buy, but there is some relevance here if Mojang actually did make it, so which I think they did. So that's why that is there. Of course, Microsoft now owns Mojang. Of course, Minecraft is not sold on Steam. So I'll leave that one on the wish list because of its publisher. Although, that's slightly questionable to do. Like, it's hardly the case that Mojang has made amazing series of games. They've literally made Minecraft, which is definitely, like, at least one time one of the world's most popular best-selling games ever. but they never really followed it up with anything. They tried to make that game Scrolls, and I don't know if that even came out of development. But they really don't have anything else. And Notch is not running, or has no part in Mojang anymore, so maybe Notch is a good developer, and the rest of the company was just good followers of Notch. Next we have Clue/Cluedo, the classic mystery game. They every few years update Clue, so the characters, if you look at the beginning here, will probably look pretty unfamiliar compared to some of the older characters in the game, as just who they are. Like, it's still color coded, but boy do these people not look familiar. One of them is a priest, Reverend Green, I guess. Basically this is Clue. There was a worse version of Clue available on Steam. It probably still is available on Steam, but this one came out May 17th, 2018. It's 79% positive with 72 user reviews. So this one looks like a good one to cover, and I think I got rid of the other versions on my wishlist because they were just so bad. It's still a little questionable whether I want or should cover what is basically a board game on YouTube in a video game form, or whether you'd just be better playing the actual board game. And then it comes back to, could you play Clue on Tabletop Simulator? Is that a better option, or is this a better option? This was probably more tailored to playing Clue, so it probably would work really well. They want $11.99. I could almost bet you that to buy the board game Clue cost $11.99. So you probably are paying exactly the same price. When Toys R Us was going out of business, I specifically tried to see if there was a bunch of board games on sale. Either they had all been sold or sent back, or bought by other people, or didn't exist in the first place. It's very possible that that a lot of the old school games like Clue, Monopoly, things like that, had very few copies that were still on shelves because they don't sell that well. Next we have Code of Princess, which is 59% positive. This is from 2016. It's from a recognizable publisher called Degacia. Let's see what this developer has made otherwise. They've made their Urahara Kawazi game, that's a recognizable game. The Blade Strangers, Sayonara Urahara Kawazi, which is, I assume, more. Code of Princess is pretty much the only game that is mixed reviewed in this publisher's collection, so it might have some relevancy, might not. The cutscenes look interesting, certainly, but 100% sold. Let's see what the reviews say. There, buy the whole bundle from the company. 15 hours if you're a completionist, 53% positive. Let's see what the negative. A terrible game with unbalanced and broken gameplay, poor combat systems, awful character design, and pixel graphics, except for the main cast, and bad storytelling. It had a good opening video though. If you just want to watch it, then immediately refund the game. That'd be the best experience for Code of Princess. Terrible port of a 3DS game. They don't even try to disguise it. I don't recommend it because it's a poor configuration in an MP connection. Otherwise, it's not bad as it gets to get on sale. It's just for the single player content. So multiplayer. Poor port from Nintendo 3DS with low resolution, no HD. So yeah, people are not happy with this 3DS port. I guess that's where I recognize the name from, is that I guess I saw this come out on the 3DS. But I have to also remind myself, hey, 3DS games often suck. And this seems like this is the case for that. So, yeah, this one's gotta go. Definitely. I gotta be a little bit more critical here and get rid of some of these games. Next we have a game called Code Spells, which is 53% positive. Craft any magical spell you can imagine using powerful tools. There is code. Code Spells currently is unguided sandbox experience for bravest wizards. So it's basically program your own game. This is an early access. This came out in 2015, so it's an abandonware game. They say it's too small for a sandbox. Yep, that's not a way to teach programming either. I don't think. You'll see some games too that do this, where they basically just let you program the game itself, and they pop up either a Unity editor like screen, although it seems like in this case it's a JavaScript screen, which I don't know why in the world you'd even want to teach people JavaScript. That's probably the worst language to learn in modern time, unless you're going to be a high-level HTML coder, and even then I don't think starting with JavaScript is a good language to start with. Code Spells is getting removed from the wishlist easily. Next we have Cluster Truck. Now this is a game that is rated very positively, but it may just not be for me, so I'm gonna kind of leave it, but there's a good chance I'll never actually buy it. It's a little too expensive. You run along these trucks at a breakneck speed, and it feels like it's just a little too action oriented. This is one of those speedrunner games where if you're watching somebody play it as a speedrunner is really cool, and watching somebody stream it is really cool. The developer of this game in particular has a tendency to get onto people's streams who are playing, and he has like basically a backdoor into the game, so he'll use his backdoor into the game while streamers are streaming and change the effects and mess with the people and put text on the screen, which is slightly questionable, but I don't think he's ever done anything malicious with it, or more malicious than try to have fun with the player. So yeah, Cluster Truck. What would be interesting is to see if this developer has made anything else since then. He made Totally Accurate Battlegrounds, which is basically a troll game. And then Stick Fight the Game, which is basically a troll game. So he's kind of gone from 2016 to Cluster Truck, which is kind of a joke game, to a Stick Fight game, which to a Battlegrounds game. It's like he's not feeling like he's improving and doing better games. It seems like he's just making joke games. But yeah, I'll leave Cluster Truck. Next we have Codex of Victory, which is a strategy turn-based war game. I'm not sure there's any relevancy here. 72% positive. The thing that would get me about this is if this developer has made something else, that would make sense. But if I'm playing something that looks a lot like Command and Conquer or StarCraft or any of the other real-time strategy games, why am I not just playing those better known real-time strategy games? You can see this developer's got a mix of mixed reviewed and positively reviewed games, so he's not hitting them all out of the ballpark. This publisher I've never heard of, although they tend to have positively reviewed games. I'm looking at the actual games that are reviewed, and I don't recognize any of these games. There's like 116 results, and as you start going down, you start to see some of them, the other games, have mixed results, and there's a lot of DLC. Codex of Victory just doesn't have any relevancy. There probably is only enough time in my life to play a dozen or so real-time strategy games. So those are probably got to be the 12 best real-time strategy games. Next we have Coffee Talk. This is an interesting game. It's not out yet, so I probably just need to take it off my wish list for that. I need to be more stringent about removing things that aren't actually out yet. Otherwise, if it was out, I'd probably keep it on my wish list. It's supposed to be this talking simulator where you're talking over coffee. There's a game called Valhalla that's already out like that, but it's a little bit worse animated than this is, and this is hardly animated great. And yeah, it's just a weird. I really need to wait and see how people respond to it and review it in particular. It's kind of odd Valhalla is not mentioned as a reference. And of course there can't be any reviews on a game that isn't even out yet, so that's that. By the way, developers know if you wishlist a game. In fact, they're basically promoted to they're incentivized to get people to wishlist games so that they can get more people potentially to buy the games when they're available, which is okay, I suppose. It's just something I guess people should know. Is it's if you wishlist something and it's not out yet, you're encouraging that developer to continue to make the game, I suppose. And hopefully that would include encouraging the developer to make the game good. Next we have a game called Cognition and Erica Reed Thriller. This is a point-and-click adventure game that's 82% positive. Female protagonists, lots and lots of female protagonists. Let's see. This came out in 2013. So the only thing that would make me take this off the wish list is if they're, well, I mean, it's 82% positive of 246. I guess if there was just no other games under this name. This is from the developer of the Gabriel Knight series, which is another point-and-click adventure game. It's a lesser known one, so like I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Erica Reed is a character from the Gabriel Knight series getting her own. Phoenix Online Studios is publishing it. Phoenix Online Publishing, more and more. That's slightly questioning if they mean the University of Phoenix Online. I'm not sure if that's really what they mean, or if they just call their company Phoenix Online. Let's see. Well, the games they've published for the most part are good, so I don't see a real reason why this would be a game that falls off the list. There's certainly a question about doing point-and-click adventures with 3D graphics, whether that ends up with the graphics looking pretty bad and dated very quickly, or if you should just stick with the traditional 2D graphics. There's a lot of points here that look like they're not animated very well, and had they stuck with a more consistent, we're just gonna do flat 2D graphics, maybe they could have done it a little bit better instead of having some sections where they try to go 3D with the shading. Looks like there's kind of just an inconsistency in general. And the Gabriel Knight Sins of Our Father's 20th Anniversary Edition, I know it should be on my wish list, but I bet it isn't. I guess that logo that says Phoenix Online Studios, yeah, is what they're talking about. So it's not the University of Phoenix vocational college that is in the United States. Okay, that explains that takes a load off, certainly. Here we go, again a game with more 3D graphics than you probably should have. And then Mobius Empire Rising is a 2014 game. But, yep, I'm willing to keep all of these or add all of these to the wish list. Let's move on. I'm fairly certain, I thought I had covered this game, Cogs, but either I covered it and it was one of the few games that's not on this Steam account and that's why I want to get it, or I played Cogs on my cell phone and thought I had covered it. This is kind of a simplistic puzzle game. It was very positive when it came out in 2009, 91% of 236 user reviews, but it's not going to be a super long experience. But I would definitely like to cover it. Let's see, completionist takes 14 hours versus 5 hours. It's a 3D puzzle game, and every now and then it's helpful to have a 3D puzzle game instead of just a flat 2D puzzle game. Although, in all fairness, this one's so old now, it's not even in widescreen. Let's see what else this developer has done since then. Nothing. 2009, it's been 9 years. So they made some money on one Steam port of a cell phone game and then disappeared. Next we have a game called Collisions. Let's see, a relaxing puzzle game based on timing, logic, and anticipation. Seems like it's basically a pinball game. So you use a pinball and a flipper and a place for it to train out. This might be a super simplistic game. It's 82% with 68 users, so it is above the 25 review limit that I tend to want to follow. But seems like there really isn't going to be too much of this. Feels a little bit like Sonic Spinball without Sonic. Which isn't a terrible idea, but I suspect this is also a pretty short experience. Like what I'm seeing right now in the video very well may be a third of the entire game. But this certainly is an interesting way to try to play pinball or put pinball as a concept. So yeah, I don't see a reason to take it off. It's $3.99 without any discount at all. So Collision stays. Next we have Color Party, which came out in 2018, so it's gonna get another year anyways. So it's a slightly interesting looking game because you have to arrange these pictures so the colors are harmonious, which is definitely weird, and I'm not sure I'd really figure it all out, or if there's really even a game here, but I think it gets another year. This picture right here looks very much like the logo for Madhead Studios, the creators of Agony. I don't know if that was just a random coincidence or somebody stole the logo from somebody else or what. See, I really don't understand the rules here of dragging around the pictures, and that's what intrigues me. I assume the ones that are vibrating up and down are not in harmony. Yeah. Moving on, we have a game called Combat Rush from 2018. Why is this on my wish list? Let's see, a shoot 'em up game that is like the game Snake. Ah, I see. So it looks like it's a shoot 'em up game, but instead it's actually Snake. You're in control of the person, I guess, in front, and everybody behind you just follows you in whatever pattern you walk, and you have them walk towards enemies and shoot them. So that sounded like a slightly interesting idea. I was going to give it a year. but probably not. Next we have a game called Cult Express. Let's see, 70% positive with 24 reviews, which tells me I'm gonna have to make a decision here. Now this is Asmodee Digital, the developers I think that publish board game style games. Come on, reviews load. Come on, load reviews. So, let's see. Plan your hold up, adapt your scheme, get rich, get out. The game is inspired from the famous train robbery board game. Doesn't look horrible. But it is definitely potentially not that good. Turns too long, just a little bit too much luck. The game is way too much on randomness and luck to be enjoyable. Throwing a couple dice would be more enjoyable. Let's see. Too long of a review to read. The AI is beyond useless. No local pass and play multiplayer. Is this a single player game that I could play? Says it is. I'll keep this on the wish list, but it is very much on the edge. No, like clearly not that many people were even interested in it to play it and review it. Next we have Canarium, which looks like another Lovecraftian horror indie puzzle game. 76% positive in the last 30 days, 81% positive in the lifetime since 2017. I don't see anything here that looks bad. In fact, this looks rather good. Although I don't think there's a reason why I would specifically put it at the top of my wish list either. And it's excluded from the Steam Family Share service, which is weird. Let's see what this developer made otherwise. And not anything else that really interests me. Let's look at the publisher. See if they published anything interesting. Nope, they only published the same games. Or one of those links took me to the same place. Moving on. Next we have Conception 2, Children of the Seven Stars. This is from a known anime game developer, Spike Chunsoft. It's a RPG anime JRPG tagged with nudity and dating sim. I think it's mostly a JRPG, but there is a point into this, I think, where the name Conception comes into play, where you're actually let's see, strengthen your bonds and create mightier star children. Create teams with up to 30 different star children classes. So the whole concept of the game is actually conceiving a child and making it 85% off for 85% positive of 389 reviews. So people who know what they're getting into. It's actually rather cheap for an RPG too, at $19.99. Let's see, what was I looking for? I was looking to see if there was a mature content warning. Yes, there is. 62 hours to be a completionist, 40 hours to play it. So another JRPG, probably not the JRPG that I would want to commit to. Full voice acting in English though, so that's going to be something good. And let's look at what Spike Chunsoft also has to offer. They have Steins Gate Zero, a visual novel story that became an anime. Danganronpa is probably the most recognizable. The Nunnery Collection, Zero Escape Games, Steins Gate question is, do they have Conception 1? I don't think so. So, yeah, unless I was to search, which I guess I could do, the phrase. I don't think Conception 1 is on Steam. Let's see, 3 titles including Kenobi Tsubaki have been excluded from your preferences. Let's see, if you say view these unedited results, then what they do is they show you the picture, and then that doesn't help you any because you'd have to click on it. You must log in to see this content. Yeah. Okay. See, that's that. The way Steam has it right now is a problem. Concrete Jungle. That was not the next thing I was expecting to see. So I'm gonna have to do some more research on Conception. I guess. See if we can go back. Back. Come on. Yeah, we've lost Conception 2 even as a option. I don't know why. Control Tab. Like, here it is. I'm gonna have to research that more off screen. Moving on. Next game we have on Steam is called Contagion. This is 51% positive in the last 30 days, but over its life it was 74% positive. So what happened? Well, I would guess what happened is it's a 2013 game and it's just not that good. I wouldn't be surprised if this is one of those styles of games that you end up getting for free just because the developer is trying to sell their newest version of the game. It seems like you're fighting zombies, although that zombie seems to be barely clothed. Let's see. Let's look at the reviews and see what people say. 62% Metacritic game. Let's see. Piece of unfinished trash. Devs left the game to die over VR. $10 down the toilet. Dead game. C++ keeps crashing. Fix the multiplayer. No more room in hell is much better. Yeah, I think there's enough to see here to say Contagion needs to be removed. It's not even a style of game that I'm particularly interested in playing. I'll play a few of them, and like Left 4 Dead, for example. I own that. And see, Contagion VR came out, and that's irritated everybody, I guess. As when people abandon the previous game and decide to make a VR game, early access, and it requires VR. And then you also have to ask yourself or wonder, maybe the people that worked on the first game have long since left the company, and maybe some other investing firm has purchased Monochrome Incorporated, and so maybe this is all a very different company just pretending to be the same one and trying to make some money by selling a VR game. Like, at this point, as we approach the end of 2018, I don't see how anybody thinks they'll make a profit making a VR game. It's just not going to work. It's too expensive for too small of a marketplace. See, I don't know why you couldn't have parallel development too for Contagion VR to improve and get the original game to work. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a Contagion 2 that got announced in the course of next year. It's kind of a shame. Contagion is a pretty good name for a game, or at least in part a good name for a game. Maybe you would want to be Contagion colon something like Alright, next we have a game on Steam. Let's just keep on moving. We're probably close to the end. I wouldn't be surprised if we're actually really close to the end. Next we have a game called Concrete Jungle, which seems to be a card game, a puzzle isometric game. I would have thought it would have been a city building game, but apparently not. That would explain why it's on my wish list though, because I'm not super hot on playing every single city building game in the world. This looks interesting. It looks like it's kind of like Carcassonne, but with modern times and slightly different rules. This came out in 2015. It's 90% positively. Yeah, this one I think stays on the wish list for sure. Although, again, no real reason why this would be a game that would make it to the top of the list. Here we have a 2014 game called Contraption Maker. This game is really just on the wish list because I'd like to play a game like The Incredible Machine. The team that created the original Incredible Machine makes Contraption Maker, so that's kind of the reason for that. Is this claims to be that team. I remember playing The Incredible Machine on Windows 95. It was pretty good. This is rated 92% for 691 of 691 reviews. I wouldn't be surprised if this developer hasn't made too much as far as anything else, though. DLC for Contraption Maker, and this publisher. Let's see. That doesn't seem like they've published anything else either. So yeah, that stays on the wish list. Next we have Contradiction Spot the Liar. This is a full motion video detective point and click style game that is acted by, I believe, an acting troupe that's actually pretty good, and they set out to make a silly game that wasn't bad quality, and they kind of accomplished that from the reviews I've seen and the coverage I've seen of this. So this is kind of an underground niche known game, whereas so many other FMV games run into either one of two problems where the actors can't act at all and it's just beyond the pale ridiculously bad looking, or it becomes a situation where it's a full motion video game that doesn't really have enough content to make sense. Speaking of full motion video games, one of the FMV games I played as a kid was called Double Switch, and came out on Sega CD and PC later on. It's coming out in the 20th year anniversary, and it's coming to PC and PS4, and they just recently announced it was coming to PC, so I'll have to find that and put it on the wish list too. Wanted to see. This game has 7 hours if you're going to be a completionist, so quite a lot of content there for an FMV game. Let's see. Next we have Crone's Cross Dead and Breakfast, instead of a bed and breakfast. Let's see. 100% positive of 85 user reviews is particularly high. It's a 2016 game. It's so weird game, certainly, that there would just be this indie game that has 85 people and 100% of them are saying it's good. A self-published game. Usually you don't have something that good. No data as far as how long the game is, but if 100% of the people are happy with it, that's kind of hard to argue with. This developer has not made anything since then. It's 2016, so but I would suspect if you made a game this well reviewed, you'd start to work on it. Now, of course, the graphics aren't amazingly good, but this does feel more like an actual artist drew this, and not just somebody who thinks they have artistic style. Somebody, and this feels more like a art style than just a lack of skill. Okay, so this one stays on the wish list, clearly. I guess technically now that's the most highest rated game. Although the number of reviews are much lower than Clannad's. Next we have Control. Control needs to be removed because it's a AAA game that isn't out yet. So that's an easy enough game to decide, like, I'm not going to have games on my wish list until they're actually out and I know what they're doing. And Control in particular is a great example of games that shouldn't be on your wish list. Because we have no idea what this game is, really. We've just seen some teasers of demos, and that's about it. It's made by Remedy Entertainment, makers of Quantum Break, which was a buggy mess, and I don't think too many people wanted to play it. Alan Wake, which I don't even know if it's available for purchase really anymore, or maybe they modded out the music that they lost the rights to. I covered that and rage quit after doing the main story. Didn't even want to do the DLC. I didn't like it. I also own, I think, Alan Wake's American Nightmare, and I don't think I'll ever get around to it. They did the Max Payne bundle also. So Remedy is kind of known as a AAA developer. It's being published by 505 Games, which has Indivisible, which is this out yet? I don't think it is. And 505 has published some other games, but it's not as many as I thought they had. I would have thought there would have been a lot longer list than just 3 pages of games under that. Maybe that's just a limitation on how many they've actually published on Steam instead of, say, the Windows Store. Yeah, Indivisible is early 2019, so it's not even out yet. It is a game I'd like to play when it comes out, I think. But again, having games on the wish list before the game is even out doesn't make sense. Just makes a miss. Next we have Corpse Party. This was recently announced that all 4 of the Corpse Party games are going to come out on Steam. These are anime horror games. I think some of the characters are zombies that you're playing. Looks a lot like an RPG Maker-esque game, although it probably actually wasn't made with RPG Maker. You can see the first game is already out and it's 93% positive of 398. Again, a horror RPG. Probably maybe too much of a commitment. 20 hours if you're a completionist. But there's 3 other games in this series that are coming out. It's an interesting idea, certainly. And I don't think the other games are out yet. Xseed Games being a publisher that publishes a lot of anime games. Typically a lot of them cheesecake anime games, but some of them just straight RPGs or more of story RPGs. There's no reason why this would leave the wishlist though, unless I just decide, look, I can't play any horror RPGs, which maybe that will be the case. There really are going to be some come to Jesus moments over the course of the next few years where I'm going to have to just decide how much do I really have time for, what should I spend my effort on, what should I not. Next we have a game called Cornerstone, the Song of Tyrim. I believe this is a game I saw somebody speedrun and it caught my interest. A lot of games that show up at speedrunning live streams tend to not have a lot of people who have ever played them. This one's 80% positive with only 15 reviews from 2016. And if they're speedrunning a game, there tends to be at least some level of bugginess because they're going to try to do glitches to move forward. That being said, I kind of think that this is a game I want to keep on the wish list. $20 is very expensive, certainly. It's 58% positive. Let's see. Like, incredible glitchy. Let's see. Glitchy with unresponsive control, doesn't work with an Xbox controller at all. Let's see. Graphics, crafting, slow, boring, no voice bugs, huge lag when loading and on boss fights. It's glitchy. It's a shame. 12-hour game. It looks a lot like a kind of Ocarina of Time. Legend of Zelda Wind Waker style game is what I was hoping it would be, something like that. And there's just so many people. See, this developer. This page doesn't even want to load images. Let's see, what else did they make? A game that's 93% positive with 122 reviews. 93% positive. 93% positive. All of these are VR games. This was the last non-VR game that they made. And this is 60% positive. And this one's 80% positive. I don't know. I guess this would be a real risk. And this is also being published by Phoenix Online Publishing. Be a real risk to buy this, but I'm gonna leave it. We can have 1 or 2 bad games on the wish list, I think. Moving on, we have a game called Kopka. We gotta be close to the end. We really gotta be close to the end. I'm fairly certain. 85% positive with 60 user reviews. Open world exploratory indie game where you play as a bird flying in a city looking for twigs to build your nest. Controllers recommended. $4.99. So you know what you're doing. You're just playing as a bird. So 2 hours of gameplay if you're a completionist. Let's see. Not to work game, very buggy, imperfect engine, no response from devs and forums, same money. Let's see. I think this game is probably too short to be worth anybody's time. Like, yeah. And it's too short on the concept and too short on the game if you're just playing as a bird flying around. I do want to at some point play a game where you're playing as a bird flying around, certainly, but that's not it. Hey, you get the soundtrack for free. What else is this publisher published? Something is 100% positive with 10 user reviews, and something that's 79% positive of 1,000. So I might look at these other 2 games, but Kopka needs to get removed. Really, controlling a bird is probably something that would have just been a cool scene in a lot of games, not the entirety of the gameplay. See, Medusa's Labyrinth, I'll add to that to the wish list later. Let's see, Blame Down Other Fury is a twin stick shooter, playing as a cow. Yeah, I don't think I'll be adding that to the wish list. Next we have Cosmic Star Heroine, which is a RPG, JRPG, female protagonist. Let's see. 90% positive of 273 reviews. Full audio in English might be the thing that saves this. Yeah, there's only one negative review even showing up here. Let's see. So they're basically saying they're immune to nostalgia, and because of that, they didn't like the game. Which I think is kind of a fair thing to say, is that if you don't have any nostalgia, or if, in my case, if it doesn't have any relevancy, which is a phrase I've been using over and over again, in the sense that the developer has never developed a previous game, this game is not part of a series, and it's a 15-hour JRPG style game that was made in 2017. There's just so much competition there that there's no way this would be the one to play. This is from the developer who made Cthulhu Saves the World, which maybe that's a game that should be on the wish list, maybe it isn't. And episode 3 and 4 of Penny Arcade's On the Rain Slick Perception of, yeah, I forgot that game, those games even existed. Yeah, the Penny Arcade games. Interesting. Maybe I should cover those at some point. But for this game, I don't think so. I think this one gets removed. I don't have enough time in my life to play an RPG game that is just a generic RPG. Let's see. Yeah, Penny Arcade Incorporated. They only have 1 and 2 even available. What happened to, I mean, 3 and 4? What happened to 1 and 2? I'll have to do some more investigation. What happened to the Penny Arcade games? And I'm not sure I'd play those anyways. Moving on. We have Corrosion Cold Winter Enhanced Edition, a point-and-click horror game. 73% positive of 95 reviews. This looks kind of like a simplistic sort of asset flip game, or hidden object game. $7.99. He's got a YouTube channel. Full audio. Let's see what the reviews say. What do the negative reviews say, at least? Too many times the game would unlock a door after you read something and not tell you in any way that anything had happened. This is a decent game, but too many things just make this game not worth recommending. Yeah, I get that. I totally get that. Like, this does not seem like it would be in the top 100 as far as a point and click game. What else has this developer made? Nothing. So I don't even know where the enhanced edition comes from. Like, they must have gotten rid of the original edition, or it must have not been ever available on Steam. So Corrosion Cold Winter Waiting is leaving the wish list. Next we have Crackdown, not the Microsoft Crackdown game, but the Sega Crackdown game. In general, all the Sega games I want to get, they part of the Sega Genesis Classics collection. You can get each game for 99 cents. A lot of them I've gotten for free, and it's pretty easy to just buy a bundle. Every single Sega Genesis game that Sega can sell is DLC and then run, I assume, through just an emulator. Most of these games probably not worth actually covering on my YouTube channel, but something I would like to own just to support the industry. And Heck, if I own Sonic the Hedgehog here, and then I want to go run a ROM on this emulator, I don't feel bad about that. So there is also some search engine optimization for having Crackdown in the title, if Crackdown 3 ever comes out, where I could play the old Crackdown and do a little bit of clickbait. Next we have a game called Cossack's 3. It's 67% out of 28 user reviews recently. I don't think this is the type of game for me, base building and real-time strategy. It gets back down to the idea, if I'm going to do a real-time strategy, why not Warcraft, Starcraft, Ages of the Empire, one of the better known, more relevant real-time strategy games, because like visual novels and like RPGs, these games all are big commitments on time. This is from the developer who made the Stalker game, Stalker 1, or Stalker Call Prepat and Stalker Clear Sky, and that's kind of it. But that's not enough to justify playing Cossacks 3. And even though, to be fair, its overall lifetime reviews is 73% positive. Next we have this game called Cradle. I want to put this one at the top of my list because I consistently forget the name of this game. This is 70% positive. It came out in 2015. Giant Bomb covered it, and then pretty much everybody forgot about it, that it existed. And that's kind of it. It's kind of a puzzle, point and click adventure game. And it's probably not extremely long, but it was very interesting, and it's probably a little too expensive. 8 hours of gameplay. Yep. Nothing's going to convince me to remove this. This is one of those hidden gem games, if there are really any hidden gems. Let's see if this developer made anything else since then. No, they haven't. Next we have Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy, which is all the Crash Bandicoot first three games remastered. I'd want those. I'm not sure I could actually tolerate playing all of the old games of Crash Bandicoot. I could probably put 30-minute spotlights on all of them. But again, I kind of want to support the idea that Crash Bandicoot still exists and is still a relevant game. $40, probably not worth that price, but it'll stay on the wish list. Very possibly. I'd never decide to actually purchase it though. Next we have a game I just recently added called Crayola Scout, which seems to actually be a tie-in with Crayola Crayons. It's a skating / Splatoon style game. It looks slightly interesting. It's just gonna need another year to see if anybody actually plays it. Next we have a game called Crawl, which looks like it's a little bit too much of pixel graphics for me. Let's see, overall it's 96% positive of 2,000 plus reviews. $14.99. Dungeon crawler, local multiplayer or single player. You know, if I was playing a cell phone game with this level of graphics, I might be more generous. But playing this on Steam with just this graphics, I'm not sure I'm sold in that. I believe what happens in Crawl, and it kind of ruins playing this game in a single player, and I probably should take it off my wishlist just for that alone, is that you're supposed to play as teams of 4. And when one of your players dies, they can fly around and affect the world or possess creatures. But I think if all the human characters die, then that's the end of the run. And I'm not sure that there's actually too many different levels yeah, I just don't really feel like this game works well as a single player game. Do not buy this game if you wanted online multiplayer. Do buy this game if you want local multiplayer party game. So if I want single player, I guess this is probably not one for me. Again, Crawl, probably too simplistic a name. And people need to get a little bit more imaginative. Or they need to put their company name in front of it, so it's Powerhoof presents Crawl or something like that. Let's see. Then the next game they've developed is regular human basketball, where you're creating crazy machines playing basketball. So they went from one style of game to a very different style of game. Moving on. Next is Criminal Girls Invite Only, sexual content, anime nudity. So let's scroll down before we see anything too offensive. Again, this is a game that it's rated 80% positive, but I doubt YouTube or Twitch would ever let me play it, and I am fairly certain I wouldn't be able to spend enough time to edit it out. It's a game I want to own and support because I want to support these style of games, but I also have to be realistic and say, hey, this is not going to meet the family-friendly requirements. And this is from NIS, Nippon Ichi Software, more lewd games. On the other hand, it's worth pointing out that, frankly, if you're just trying to play a game like that just for the nudity, you're wasting your time. You're wasting your time, you're wasting your money. Porn exists out there, and in most instances you can get it for free. These games are for people who are willing to enjoy that aspect and want to play a game, not just people who are looking for that one aspect. And there are definitely a lot of bad games out there that just have the nudity and the lewdness aspect and no good game, and those kind of games shouldn't be covered or on my wish list, because I'm about good games before anything else. Next game we have on Steam is called Creepy Road. Let's see, comedy single player bullet hell game, 74% positive. Seems like you're playing as a redneck stereotype character, which bullet hell running brawler. Not sure this is really a game I'd want to play or not. It's a 2018 game, so I guess it gets another year anyways, so I'll just leave it alone. And we'll see how that goes. Next we have Crossbow Warrior, The Legend of William Tell. 50% positive with 20 user reviews tells me that this game is not good enough to stay on the wish list. So again, it's a example of a game where I would like to play a game that was about being an archer. I'm not even really sure that that's what this is. This looks more like a platformer where on rare occasions you use a bow. So it seems like it's not even heavily focused on the archery part. It more looks like a almost infinite runner, but I suspect it's not even that. Let's see, this is from Moby Dick Games. The developers made nothing else, which I would have thought there would have been more games under a company by that name. Alright, well, I guess I don't have to do any more research. This one's gone. We've got a pretty good list here of games to remove from the wish list. However, in the long run, next year probably is only going to save me an hour or so, if not take even longer. We may have to decide to break up a series like this into 6 months chunks, or perhaps break up when I do specific letters. So if there's 12 months and there's 26 letters or 27 letters because of symbols and numbers, then we could do 2 or 3 every month and just make it a consistent thing. Let's see. Next we have Crueler Sigma, which is a 2014 hack and slash indie fighting game that's 79% positive. I believe there was some relevancy here, and that's why this game recently I added it to my wish list. What was the relevancy though? I don't know. It's from the same developer that made Cherry Tree High series, but that really shouldn't have had it added to the wish list. Well, a hack and slash versus an RPG might be a slightly different experience. It might speed things up, and maybe I just like the gameplay look on it. More than likely this game won't ever be purchased though. Let's see how much time. There's no time data here. They have it reviewed at like 56 on Metacritic. You have to be careful on Metacritic in particular though, because a lot of Japanese games don't get a fair shake and get lower reviews. Let's see. Cute girls, bad game, 2 words, extremely repetitive. Developers abandoned the game for PC to work on the console version instead. A 10-minute story mode. It'll take 3 minutes to complete all the challenges. It seems like it's really short. Well, this is awkward, I suppose. I think like a week ago added this game. Probably just on the look of it, and now I am coming back and removing it. But that's what I thought might happen, is we might just very well go in circles and decide, hey, this game looks interesting. No, actually it doesn't. So it's getting removed. Next we have Crosscode, which is out, and it's an action RPG pixel 2D retro game. Looks a little bit better animated than a lot of the other ones. And this is going to be a constant push, is that to push out bad looking retro pixel art RPGs and maybe replace them with better pixel art retro RPGs if they're good. This is a 2018 and it's already 94% positive, so Crosscode has literally no reason to be taken off, unless I'm gonna start maybe next year saying, hey, these games seem like they're way too long, but that's a probably unfair judgment to make. Let's see, this developer was the developer who also made The Surge and To Hell with Hell, and what else did they make? Ankh Anniversary Edition, like a weird combination of different games there. But yeah, Crosscode stays on the wish list. Cross Cells is the continuation from Matthew Brown of a Hexcell series, which I've already covered, so it makes some sense that I'd want to continue to play those games. So he made Hexcells, Hexcells Plus, Hexcells Infinite, which I've covered. I don't think I've played Sentinel, or even knew it existed. And then Soundshift is free, so it's a VJ style visualizer mixed with a simple arcade shooter. So if you want that game, that's free, I guess. And then Square Cells, I think I own, but I haven't covered. And then Cross Cells is the newest one. And then Cypher. And then his newest game is Alchemia. So this has been a puzzle developer that just is slowly improving his look. Basically making one-screen Unity games up until this point. This is a slight divergence there, and with Alchemia he's trying to actually do a little bit better of a job, although still keeping it very simple, not trying to make some AAA development game that is bound to run his sanity and his company into the ground. Let's see, Sentinel is mixed reviews, so apparently people didn't like that one. Soundshift, on the other hand, is very positive reviews. That's free, so I'll add that to a follow list or a wish list, I guess. Moving on. Next game we have on Steam is called Crossing Souls, which came out in 2018. It's a pixel graphics action adventure game. I thought it was a bit more of a point and click game. It's published by Devolver Digital, and Devolver Digital is kind of all over the place. Oh no, that's more of a hack and slash game, if I were to say anything. So, yeah, this is definitely a game I want to play, and it's clearly very positively reviewed. But yeah, you have to be careful with Devolver Digital in particular, because some of their games are very interesting that they publish. Some of their games turn out to not work so well. It's always different though, so I guess that's better than, say, EA or Ubisoft just putting out the exact same games over and over again. Moving on, we have Crossroad Mysteries, The Broken Deal, 28 positive, 71% of 28 user reviews for a hidden object game from 2017. I kind of want to say no to this one. It's $9.99. It's only rated 71% positive. I think we've got to clean up these hidden object games. I think probably part of the problem here is the level of quality that people demand in hidden object games are probably too low, and people need to be a little bit more picky about them. So I'm going to remove Crossroads Mystery Deal. Doesn't seem like it's either cheaper or very highly rated, or even has a lot of people who've played it, and Steam is just so full of hidden object games that I'll probably never play. What's one more? Speaking of another game I'll probably never play, and we're at CRY right now, so we're probably very close to the end, but I said that before. The reason why I probably never play Cryptid the Necrodancer, but I'll keep it on my wish list even though it is overwhelmingly positive, is simply because you have to play following a musical beat or you lose. I have no rhythm. I feel like I'd probably play very poorly. I think there might be an easy mode that you can play to start off with, but I wouldn't be surprised if that that probably doesn't unlock everything or let you get all the way through the game. So it's an odd bundle to include Danganronpa and Danganronpa 2 with Cryptid the Necrodancer. I don't think that's even the same developer or publisher. But this is, for the people who play it and like it, a very popular game, and I can see why. Just one of those personal things. Next we have a game called Crush Crush, free to play, anime, nudity, sexual content. I covered this game called Honey Pop. That was a match 3 dating sim sex lewd game. I believe this is similar style of game. take note here, you have to pay $6.99 on your free-to-play game to get the naughty content. So let's look here and see. I'm gonna risk clicking on a screenshot. I think what happens in this game though is it's an idle dating sim. Okay, so you're just basically idling. I probably should take this off the list, and I don't think this is a game I'd ever actually cover for the DLC reason. Came out in 2016, and for the fact that it's an idle game too. That's also actually a very good reason to not play it. It's just because it's a idle game, and I could never really cover an idle game on my channel in completion. It takes forever, or often impossible. Next game we have is called Crystalline. This is 95% in the last 30 days, 97% overall. Visual novel with some sexual content. Again, going for a slightly more Western style, or at least older looking characters and a slightly anime style decoration. Let's see, does this have full voice acting? Yes, it does. Is it in English? Yes. Let's see what the mature content warning is. There one? Doesn't seem like there is, but it's tagged sexual content, so probably couldn't ever cover this one either. So I probably next year I'm gonna have to make a better effort to put these kind of games on a different list. They have certainly gone back and forth. They were on my follow list instead of my wish list, but then I put them on the wish list. This is the kind of game, again, I want to support that industry. I want those kind of games to be continued to be made for people who like them, but also YouTube and Twitter wouldn't let me cover it. The other game this developer has made is a visual novel dating sim that is also very positively reviewed, called Ace Academy, so maybe I could cover this a little bit instead if I was going to cover any of them. Next we have Cthulhu Saves the World, a 2011 game, 93% positive. I'm still not 100% sure I'd want to play this retro looking RPG. Looks like an RPG Maker game, just using Cthulhu visual assets. Takes 12 hours to complete it as a completionist, 7 hours. Not a super long RPG. I guess it really is going to come down to if I ever decide to do a thematic month in which I just play Cthulhu games. Whether or not I would buy something like this. $2.99 in a double pack with Breath of Death 7 too, so interesting. You can't even get the original game by itself. That's interesting. Next game we have on Steam is called Crush Your Enemies, which is a strategy, action, real-time strategy game. I kind of like this art style. It looks a bit different, but it seems like what it's really doing is hiding the actual screen and gameplay away from you, which seems like it might be an incredibly simplistic bad game. 82% positive. What's the amount of time to play this? Main story is 12 hours. 63 review. Let's see what the negative reviews are. Poor finicky UI turns this game from cute, simplistic real-time strategy into a frustrating micromanagement hell. Controls, although simple, feel annoying and unresponsive at times. How did this cheap excuse of a mobile game get on Steam? I have a tendency to believe those negative reviews too. This does kind of look like a cell phone game that's just been ported to Steam. And I half suspect that when you're really playing, you don't have these borders. They've just added all these borders to hide the fact that this is what the real game looks like. And by the way, the border is hiding all of this menu currency stuff too. Like that's just all being hidden from you. Let's see. And this developer has made the Oh Sir series, which okay. And this publisher has published, let's see, Phantom Doctrine and Redeemer. Yeah. No, I don't think Crush Your Enemies stays on the wish list, even though it's pretty highly reviewed. We gotta be really close to the end. Next we have a game called Cubicolor, which, let's see, 90% positive, minimalistic puzzle game. I don't think I really need to go any further. If it's just a simplistic puzzle game for $1.99, that's not anything that would need to get removed. Next we have Cube Escape Paradox, which is the 10th Cube Escape game, which there's part of the Rusty Lake series, which I definitely do want to play the Rusty Lake series at some point. There's also like a movie you have to watch too to get more of the story. Definitely want to play all these. It's just a bit of a commitment as things get more and more expensive. Like the first part of Cube Escape Paradox is free, but the DLC Chapter 2 is $2.99. Rusty Lake Paradise is $3.99, whereas the first game in the series, I guess, is $1.99 and the second is $2.99. Not a ton of investment, frankly. It's odd that they don't have a bundle just to buy all the games. Next we have Cultist Simulator the Dancer, the DLC for Cultist Simulator that just recently was released. I'm still not 100% sure I want to play Cultist Simulator, but if I do, I would want to get the DLC. It's this weird card game that doesn't look super visually appealing. I should have also opened Cultist Simulator at some point there, but apparently I didn't. Next we have Cubics HD. This is from 2016, 90% positive of 22 user reviews. I'm gonna have to make a decision here. Fast-paced action game which sends high scoring combo. Like, seems like what this is a basic game where you're trying to cut out parts of the cube, and it's kind of like the Tron Light Cycles game, where you can't get cut off or you lose if you get cut off by the other players. Let's see, yeah. So in a 3D environment, you're trying to cut sections and squares off the cube while other enemies and such are interfering with that. Yep, this is not a game that should be on my wish list. And the other games that this developer has made is OMG Zombies, which I don't think we need to play that game, or Flame Over, which I would like to find more firefighting games, but I don't think Flame Over is one to play either. I think there is probably room on Steam for about half a dozen more firefighting games. You certainly could make just a AAA first-person shooter game and have the main character be a firefighter instead of a cop or a mercenary or something, and that would work pretty well. or make him a paramedic. Things like that certainly would make sense. Next we have Cubeverse, which was recently added and doesn't have any reviews. It's basically Rubik's Cubes and variations on things like the Rubik's Cube. It's what I would call a single screen Unity game, but it looks like it has a decent enough polish that maybe after a year, if people play it and try it out, I would get. Let's see, how much do they want for this early access game? $3.99. Questionable why it's in early access. Next we have Cupid, a free-to-play visual novel. I think probably in its own title that gives me a reason to not play it. Free-to-play visual novel new to the anime. If this is an anime style, it's a 90s anime style by far. It's PG-17 plus, which is not a rating anywhere. Let's see. There has been this issue certainly of people putting nudity in the screenshots and the videos, and that is not how it was supposed to work. Let's see. So it's free to play. Says it has full audio. Look at this list: fantasy violence, sexual violence, blood and gore, sexual themes, language, partial nudity, animated blood, strong sexual content, online interactions not rated by the ESRB. It has quite a high number of achievements for a free-to-play game, and I didn't think you could get achievements unless you microtransactioned something. Let's see. Trying to see. Let's see. Pretty frightening imagery, it seems. Can't bring myself to recommend it. So it's mostly reviewed positively, and I guess that's probably because it's a free game. Let's see, let's look at this developer and see if they've made anything else. Yeah, several other games that they're selling for money. So Cupid is basically an idea of bringing people into your products. And let's see, can we get reviews on some of these? There's 1 user review on that one, 2 user reviews on that one, 3 user reviews on that one, 5 user reviews on that one, mixed 12 user reviews. And these things are like from years ago too, so they're never going to get any more user reviews. So as far as the 2 free-to-play games, people liked them, but as soon as you had to pay some money for any of their games, which they're still releasing, nobody's really liking them. I think that is more than enough to tell me that this is not something I could even ever cover, not something I could really support the industry in any way because it's free, and not something that really personally interests me. Next is Cuphead. Cuphead will make it to the top of the list. Clearly I want to play Cuphead, and I'd like to get I guess the updated patch is going to come out for free, so there's no like DLC or anything there. Cuphead is a slightly scary game because it might require a lot of button mashing and effort, and just take a considerable amount of time to beat for me, since I have a bit of arthritis in my hands. But they say it takes 19 hours to completion as a completionist, so that doesn't even seem that hard. There is the Delicious Last Course DLC has been announced, where they're gonna, I believe, add a 3rd character you can play, and at least some, let's see, some new enemies maybe to fight, and new weapons, new charms, and new bosses. Yeah, so a little bit of everything. Cuphead was quite the sensation when it came out. about a year ago. Had I had more of a budget and had YouTube been more profitable for anybody, it would have definitely been a game where I would have just bought brand new and played at that time. It's now only $19.99, and still I kind of would like to get it on sale. At this point, it really is just boiled down to a moral imperative to not pay full price for any video games on Steam, since there's usually something else on sale. And as you can see, as we're going through this wish list, there's a plethora of games to play. Although Cuphead is an exception. I really need to play it, and I really need to play it sooner than later. Next is Cultist Simulator. Things are just slightly out of order, and I kind of do get the feeling that I might have skipped a few games on the list too. Next is Cyber Dimension Neptunia Goddess is online. Let's see what the ratings are on this. 94%, 87%, so this reviews pretty well as a JRPG. This probably is a game I could cover on YouTube. It comes down to more of a, how long would it take me to play it, and no data has been found. Maybe because it's an online game only. Yeah, that might be the problem. Let's see. It's a hack and slash adventure co-developed by Tamesoft and Compile Heart. The four goddesses enter an online fantasy game inspired by themselves. Choose from 12 characters with unique playstyles and skills to fight real-time brawls, customize accessories, and play online with others. Single player with online multiplayer. I think you can play single player, but you're probably going to have a limited experience. And I imagine this isn't going to be much of an experience. Like, 22 people are playing right now. Today's peak is 45 people, so not a lot of people playing it. This game is affected by a moderated glitches and problems that moderately to substantially affect your integrated experiences. It's possible to accidentally delete your save files. No latency compensation for multiplayer. I'd only recommend this game if you're a fan of the series and get it on a discount. Gameplay experience is very Neptunia. The actual combat and MMO experience is severely lacking. The combat is just janky pseudo tab targeting style. This game is absolutely mediocre. So what's gonna happen here for this game in particular is that it's not, I think, really an MMO as much as it probably pretends to be, but I'm pretty sure there are some other Cyber Dimension Neptunia games, and these gotta be the last ones. We're at CYs. I doubt there's very many games that are CZs. So if I decide to cover the Cyber Dimension Neptunia series, I then would have to come back and say, well, is this the one game or one of the games to cover? But I would have almost certainly assumed that there would have been some other games here. Multi-dimension Neptunia. Yeah, they're under multi-dimension or super dimension Neptunia. Mega tag mention Blanc. So there's some crossover games. Hyper Devotion Noir, Hyper Dimension Neptunia. Yep. So yeah, they're under the H's instead of C's for Cyber Dimension. So this one stays as part of a bigger decision later on. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Cursed Castilla, Matilda Castilla EX. Let's see. It's 97% positive and 137 user reviews. The question is, does this game have any relevancy for $11.99? Or is this just yet another platformer Metroidvania game that is copying, I guess, Ghouls and Goblins again. It looks pretty much like it's just a Ghouls and Goblins clone. Let's see, this developer, Rock Zombie, interesting idea, but it's mixed reviews. That sucks. So that developer really hasn't made anything. Come on, go. Has this other developer made anything? No. And has this publisher published anything? No, it's just taking me all to the same page over and over again. This new studio developer beta on Steam needs to be fixed. It's a mess. It's just not useful. So Matilda Castillo EX is leaving wishlist. I don't even really know why it was on the wishlist in the first place. See, I wanted to see this game Rock Zombie. It's got some cheesecake appeal to it, but I bet it plays horribly. It's 54% positive with 22 user reviews. I kind of wish it feels a little bit like Lollipop Chainsaw. Kind of wish that game would come to PC, and you know, there's a decent chance it might in the next few years. So yeah, you're playing as this rocker girl and you're just hacking and slashing, and I imagine it is just a incredibly boring and repetitive experience. In fact, I think maybe Jim Sterling actually showed off this game as one of the bad games on Steam, which maybe it is, maybe it isn't. You definitely do run into instances where people make bad games and then they get Unity assets of attractive looking females as the characters to distract from the bad games. Yeah, this doesn't particularly look like it's a fun gameplay mechanic. Let's see. See what the reviews say. Are any of them gonna load? However, you can certainly, and this is, I guess, a great example. They're like, apparently nothing coming up. You can put bad games on Steam and they will stay on Steam as long as you're just putting them up. What becomes the problem is when the developer kind of does something fishy or unprofessional. Let's see, bugging, not good. Blah blah blah, first impressions account, blah blah blah, bad foot. The keyboard controls are horrendous, stiff and unwieldy. Let's see. Here we have somebody that wrote an entire paragraph. Like B movies, I tend to gravitate towards games. I don't know why people try to write entire paragraphs here. Are you literally getting paid by the word? While it's an okay beat 'em up, there's better games like this on Steam. I paid around $2.50 on sale. It was fine for one playthrough, but I'll never play it again. Combat is okay but slow. There are around 20 levels, I think, and some of them drag on forever. There is also one type of enemy who pukes and your character is taking an absurd amount of damage. There's also only a handful of bosses who are fairly easy to kill. You earn coins to get upgrades, but everything is so minimal it's a huge grind fest. Not only that, but when you go to spend them, everything is listed as question marks, so you have no idea what you're paying for. On top of that, they throw in artwork and action figurines in the same list too. Story is okay, includes static comic books like images with text bubbles for cutscenes, but many of them are horribly compressed and zoomed in. The music is generic but rock. if they sped up the combat, tweaked said puke enemy damage, shortened some levels, and revealed the upgrades you're paying for, it would be a better game. 4 out of 10. And even that was a long review. Here's a similar game, Badass Babes. Let's look at that one. So yeah, what was I doing? I was looking at Rock Zombie and seeing if it might be good. Whereas this one has nudity and sexual content and beat 'em up, and I don't 100% trust it. This definitely was a Jim Sterling game with nudity in it, so I'll move forward there. Next is Cypher, another one of the Matthew Brown games. It's a first-person game about cryptography or cryptography. It seems for the most part like you're walking around a minimalistic museum, and there might be some puzzles somewhere in the game. It's hard to tell. I'm willing to try pretty much any Matthew Brown game as long as it's positively reviewed. They're not super ambitious, but they do what they say they're gonna do. So it seems like you come up to the panel and you solve the code and type it in the code. Interesting. Sounds like an interesting fun time. Let's see. While learning cryptography. And then Californium, which I think was the first game that we covered. So did we go in circles here, or did I lose my main page? Because we have gone from CYPHER to Californium, which is CA, so maybe I opened it twice. This game's still staying on the wish list, so we'll do that. In Caligula. Yeah, we are going in circles again. So I must have at some point accidentally closed the page that was my wish list. This has been a long journey. All of these are gonna be. We've gotten a considerable number of games to remove off the wish list and about a handful of games to put on top of the wish list. Overall, pretty good. We did run into slightly more Japanese games, lewd games. C probably is just more likely to have games in general like that. It'll be interesting to see kind of get a feel of what the breakdown is as far as, do you name your action adventure RPG with something that starts with A, B, S, T, or what? I suppose somebody could run a bot through Steam's entire database to figure out how that actually breaks down by genre. That's going to be it for this stream. I ask it, as always, at the end, that you like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos, because that helps me with YouTube and tells them that my videos are worth watching. When you subscribe, click the notification bell, please. If you want to friend or follow me on Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, Google+, Steam, or Battle.net, all of those links are down below in the description box. And if you want to support me, you could support me through Patreon, or you can friend me through Steam, pick a game that you want me to cover, or pick a game off my wish list, or just gift me a gift card directly. You can gift those as soon as you friended me on Steam, and that's very helpful too. That's it for this recording. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.